This meeting to order. This is a scheduled meeting of the Michigan State Board of Canvassers. It was properly posted. Unless there's objection or comments on that, let's go right to number one on the agenda, consideration of the minutes from the February 11th meeting.
Mr.
Got that.
Yeah, we've got the,
Yes, what's going on here?
we're getting the
we're
feedback
good.
like we did last
Oh,
time.
feedback. Right now, I want to go to the minutes of the last meeting on February 11th.
Mr.
Everyone has them, Sarah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the minutes from the meeting of February 11th, 2022 with the corrected draft from the Bureau.
Support. Been moved and supported. With the corrected, what is it? Is that just
You
a
have a
minutes?
corrected draft.
Oh, the
Mr. Chair.
corrected draft. So what's in front of us is correct. Very good. Any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. We're moving along to item number 2. Recording of the results of the March 1st special election for state rep 15th, and we have several of these we're coming to right now. Jonathan, if you're ready to take it away on number 2.
Thank you, Chair Schinkel. So this was a special election that was scheduled along with 3 others to fill vacant State House of Representatives seats for the remainder of the 2022 term. So a special primary, and I'll just say once for all of these that I would just like to commend both the municipal and the county election officials who conducted these elections. Obviously, March 1st is not a time when you are normally having a State House election or primary because of the upcoming August and November election dates, which will involve new districts for State House. This was, in my opinion, the best time to do these races so that voters didn't have to deal with 2 different sets of districts. But of course, that did result in a tight timeline and an unusual election date. So I really appreciate all the work that the poll workers and election officials in Wayne County, Kent County, Oakland County, and Macomb County did in all these elections. That said, this was the 15th state rep district. These results were certified by the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. In the Democratic primary, Jeffrey D. Pepper received 3,590 votes, and Albus Farhat received 2,778 votes. In the Republican primary, Ginger Shearer received 1,201 votes.
Okay, any questions to Jonathan?
I believe we do have, do we have someone who would like to speak on this matter?
Trying to get clarification.
Okay. Okay, we do have an individual who is speaking, who is requested to speak remotely. And so
Oh.
I believe he requested to speak on this item, but I'm trying to verify
Number
that.
2,
Yes.
March 1st special election in the state rep 15th district. Is there someone out there that wants to wish to speak on our agenda item number 2?
You can unmute your mic.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Speak on our agenda item number 2.
Hello, are you there now?
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Agenda item number 2. This is a special election in the 15th district.
Right.
State for us.
Right. Okay. My name is James.
State your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is James Gallant, Gallant.
This is a special election. Oh my God, talk about a delay.
Yeah, we've got a problem here.
He needs to mute his own computer.
My own computer. I'm on my phone.
That's worse than watching, listening to a basketball.
Did you get my written comment that I sent in a little while ago?
On my phone.
Kind of explain some of this and all of it. And I guess, well, let me just say then that I attended the Wayne County Board of Canvassers meeting. When they,
We're trying to figure out that.
Why don't you just mute everything until we get it fixed?
okay.
But the question is, whoever's out there, do you have his name spelled right? That's for the record.
Gallant. Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know, you're muted now. Oh, boy. Well, okay, I guess I'm just gonna go. Okay, my name's James Gallant, Gallant, and I attended the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting in which they attempted to certify these special election results. At the meeting, in my opinion, they did not follow the approved rules of procedure in that they did not vote to commence the canvassing. And then they negotiated the motion all the way to the end and started the debate without a motion pending. And then at the end, made a motion once to, I guess, approve the whole thing, which is in direct contradiction to the rules of procedure and fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. And that is one of the reasons why I am asking for a complete procedural audit of the rules of procedure that were employed during the 2020 general election in order to verify that all these folks followed the actual rules of their boards and committees in the 1,600 plus jurisdictions across the state. So please consider verifying that the Wayne County Board of Canvassers actually followed their approved rules of procedure while they participated in the public meeting where they're saying that they approved this certification. But as I said, they never voted to even start the canvassing. So it didn't make much sense to the guy that was sitting there watching. Thank you. Is it time again? I can't hear anything you folks are saying, so I really don't know where you're at in the meeting right now. The guy was talking to the guy on chat. If you would like me to call back on the telephone, I could, if that would help with your feedback situation.
I'm not sure if you can hear what I'm saying.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Well, we're on item number 3 in our agenda, the Macomb County House race, District 36 is what we're taking discussion on. Do you have something you want to say about that?
Okay, well, as I was saying, I'm not sure they didn't really explain at the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. If that's the meeting that I attended in Wayne County, then yes. Then all of those, the attempts to canvass the election, they said that was on the agenda to canvass the election, to approval of canvassing the election. And then they never voted to do it. And then they just went into recess, and then they came back the next day, which I then attended. And then they said, okay, now on the agenda is to certify the election. Well, they never really approved the canvassing in the first place. And then they just turned around and said, well, we're just going to approve it today. And
These are the same comments you made on the first agenda item number 2, I believe, correct?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is all 3 of these special elections were they done in Wayne County because they didn't really clarify that at the meeting.
Okay, we'll take note. Those are the ones you're talking about in Wayne County. We're on Macomb County right now. Any further discussion on item number 3?
Macomb County is that it's my understanding that they're all doing it all the same and that the rules and procedure for the local boards, county boards of canvassing are not being followed. They're not following the approved rules of procedure. And it appears that their rules are dictated by you, the State Board of Canvassers, which is completely inappropriate because those are county boards appointed by the county Board of Commissioners. So the county boards have to follow the rules of procedure that they were appointed under, the county Board of Commissioners.
Okay, let me ask Heather, do we dictate rules of procedure to the county boards of canvassers?
Not that I'm aware of, unless Jonathan's aware of something.
Jonathan?
I mean, we have statutes that control what their function, and as far as rules of procedure for how they conduct a board meeting, I don't know what the Wayne
You know,
County.
every once in a while, those county boards complain about us, but I've never heard them complain about rules of procedure. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, I know that there's a very extensive manual for county boards of canvassers, which is prepared by the Bureau of Elections.
That's the manual.
I'm sorry, what?
That's the manual. My county clerk, Linda Telsma in Marquette County, says that they do not have rules of procedure because the election laws don't require it. So they don't have any. And that they follow this manual that was approved by the Board of Canvassers for the Bureau of Elections, or it's a manual for county canvassers, which dictates their rules of procedure, and they don't have any otherwise, which they can't have any, they can't have none because they were appointed under rules by the county board. This is a county subcommittee, a standing subcommittee.
My bad. So we prescribe procedures in the sense of how the actual canvass is conducted, and those are subject to statute determinants in the Michigan election law. I believe what's being referred to by the speaker are parliamentary rules of procedure governing the internal motions and workings of boards and how they vote and bring up motions. That is not something that we dictate, nor do I think we have authority to do so.
Okay, any further discussion on item number 3 on the agenda?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the understanding of the clerks that you do.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So they haven't followed the rules.
Record the results of the March 1st, 2022 special primary for the Office of State Representative 36th District as certified by the Macomb County Board of Canvassers on March 2nd, 2022.
Is there support? We're moved and supported that we approve item number 3, State Rep District 36. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion is approved, unanimous vote. I never asked for a no vote, but we had 4 yes. Let's go on to number 4. The results of the March 1st election in State Rep District 43. Jonathan.
So this was the special primary held in Oakland County, House District 43. In this primary, Kent Douglas in the Democratic primary received 4,560 votes. In the Republican primary, Mike Harris received 3,604 votes. Heidi Warrington received 2,285 votes. Anthony Bartolotta received 1,126 votes. Linda Ibarra Bazone received 344 votes.
Okay,
And I believe we have a speaker on this as well.
we have a speaker on this. Who's that? I don't have his card here.
I'll give you a guess.
It's the same individual.
Oh, this is the Oakland County election, district number 43. Mr. Gallant, would you like to speak to this? So hearing nothing there, what's the board's pleasure?
Hey, yes.
Okay.
Hey, yes. Can you hear me now? Okay, well, I guess maybe you're a little confused on the idea that I'm saying is that all of the local county boards of canvassers are not following the approved rules of procedure as dictated by their county boards of commissioners. It's my understanding, and all the clerks that I've talked to so far, that they don't have any rules of procedure, which, yeah, they do. It's the county board, it's Macomb County Board of Commissioners rules of procedure are required to be used by the county board of canvassers. And that is not being done across the board in the whole election system in the state of Michigan. That's what I'm trying to say. Every county's doing this. And it's because it's being dictated, or it's their perception that it's being dictated by the Elections Bureau of Elections. I have an email, I will forward it to you from my county clerk that is stating all this. And so please look into it. Did they follow the approved rules of procedure while they certified their elections in their county? And I'm still saying again that they did not. In my opinion, they didn't, because none of them do so far. So please look into that and audit their rules of procedure. That's what I'm saying is we deserve an audit, a procedural audit of the procedures used by the boards at their public meetings, the parliamentary procedural. That's what, like Mr. Brader said. We are entitled to that under the Constitutional Amendment 2018-3, as stated by the Senate Oversight Committee and by the Election Security Advisory Commission. So please audit their, that's why I was asking you to please audit their procedures that they use to certify that on a procedural level, on their business. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Again, Mr. Brader has pointed out that this gentleman's referring to parliamentary issues which are not within our purview. So these claims are meritless, and as such, I move that the board record the results of the March 1, 2022 special primary for the office of State Representative 43rd District as certified by the Oakland County Board of Canvassers on March 2nd, 2022.
Support.
Move and supported, approve the motion. Further discussion, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Motion carried 4-0. We're going on to item number 5 on the agenda, State Rep 74th District. Jonathan.
This was the special election held to fill the vacant seat in the 74th House District in Kent County. In the Democratic primary, Carol Blandville received 3,756 votes. In the Republican primary, Robert Regan received 2,404 votes. And I just note there's a typo or a misstatement on the report for you, but Robert Regan was the winner, the nominee in that primary. And then Stephen Gilbert received 2,323 votes. Justin Nordhook received 2,102 votes, and Brian Baer received 481 votes.
What's the notation we're supposed to change
Yeah.
here?
There was a carryover from Mike Harris from who I believe was in Oakland County. So it was Robert Regan who won the Republican primary.
Oh, you got Mike Harris
Oh,
written in here. I see.
got
But we have the right number of votes for each.
Yeah, okay. I was
And the
looking at
right candidate is
2404. I
not
wasn't looking at the
posted.
name. Okay,
Got it.
very good. Okay, by replacing that one name, we have amended this report. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, what's the
We
board?
do have, Mr. Gallant would like to speak on this as well.
Mr. Gallant, do you have anything different to say from the last several times you spoke?
You have to unmute.
Hello? You got me now?
Yes, Mr. Gallant, we're on item number 5 now. We're
Okay, yes,
special
yes.
election in what county are we in here?
We're
Kent
Kent
County. No.
Okay, let me just say this clearly. What we're just talking about is now that you have decided as a board that my claims are meritless, yet you didn't speak to your attorney. I don't know if that guy was an attorney, but if he is, doesn't matter because he's not your attorney.
And so where do you think that you don't have jurisdiction over the procedures of the elections process in Michigan as it comes up the pike to be addressed here at this meeting is, I guess, that guy's opinion. But of course, he's not your attorney. I'm assuming that the Attorney General of Michigan, Dana Nessel, is your attorney to defend this position now if we have to go to court. Because you mean to tell me that nobody wants to even know if they actually follow the rules? And what they're doing is they're starting the discussion and debates and amendments, just like you are here, without a motion pending. They're all doing it. They're all pretty much doing it. And
Mr.
you're
Chair.
doing it yourself. And
Jeanette.
I think that's why, is because they're following you, Mr. Schenkel, in the way that you run this meeting, which is in direct contradiction to the rules of procedure and the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. So that's what I'm saying. So you don't want to look into your own processes because why?
Okay, I think your time is up, Jeanette.
Mr. Chair, and I think that it was kind of directed by our Attorney General representative here. And we've also had discussion from our Director of Elections of where our role is as the Board of State Canvassers, that we are not in the view of dictating to County Board of Canvassers how they handle their parliamentary rules and procedures. So with that, I would like to move that the board record, we are recording the results of the March 1st, 2022 special primary for the office of State Representative 74th District as certified by the Kent County Board of Canvassers on March 3rd, 2022.
Support.
Removed and supported. Now on the 74th State Rep District, number 5 on our agenda. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. It passes 4-0. On item number 6, we're done with these elections. Okay, consideration of the revised form of initiative petition submitted by Michigan Initiative of Community Health or Healing. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair Schenkel. So this is, yes, the form of petition submitted by Michigan Initiative for Community Healing. I apologize. We previously misstated that as health, it's healing. So Michigan Initiative for Community Healing, we previously approved a 100-word summary of that petition, and then subsequently the initiative came in to get approval as to form, and staff has reviewed it and it meets the statutory requirements.
This is the first time we're approving form on this one, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Second, well, technically, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
So they came in, we approved them we approved them at the February 11th meeting, but they left off the undersigned qualified. So that's why this is coming back. There was a sentence left off before in the February 11th meeting that we were here, and so we're reapproving with that sentence on it.
Okay.
Do we have any speakers other than Mr. Gallant?
I don't know. Okay. Or not.
I don't believe we do. I think the representative from the initiative is here, but I don't know if we have any other speakers other than Mr. Gallant, I believe, wants to speak on this.
Mr. Gallant wants to speak on this one too?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gallant, we're on item number 6, the revised form of the petition submitted by Michigan Initiative for Community Healing. You're up.
You have to unmute.
Okay, how's that? Okay, well, now, as I was pointing out that we're talking, my big concern here, my biggest concern is the parliamentary procedure and whether it's being followed or not, the approved parliamentary procedure. And the approved parliamentary procedure at this board right now, you just assign the floor for discussion and debate without a motion pending, which is in direct contradiction to the Roberts Rules, page 366, line 8, which says, there shall be no debate until there's a motion that's been properly seconded. And yet you do it all the time. And you're doing it here. And I believe that this has been gleaned at the county board, at the county levels. And when that, I noticed that the discussion turned into that you don't have jurisdiction, you can't dictate parliamentary procedure to the county level, except for I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about is to audit your own procedural and their procedural processes in order that they actually follow their rules. Not that you're dictating anything to them. You just get to determine to say, hey, guess what? You didn't follow your own rules that you voted on. And just like you're doing here, which right now you have no motion pending. You didn't say motion to approve the next item on the agenda. As a matter of fact, you didn't approve the agenda either, which is another violation of the rules and fundamental principles of parliamentary law. That's why we need a procedural audit to find, are they rules that are approved being followed? Not that you're dictating anything to anybody except yourselves in your own rules.
Okay,
And
Robert,
my understanding,
John,
Adam,
excuse me,
Adam
John.
is telling me that you don't have rules of procedure here either. Adam, right? So if you don't have any rules of procedure here, where did they go? Because you had them before. It's been 170 years you had this board, and there has to be rules. So you just haven't found them yet. They've been misplaced or hidden somewhere. So please find them.
I think your time is up. Any questions for James?
What is the time? So what is the time? What is the rule on the time? Wait a minute. What's the rule on the time?
70 minutes of their
What is the
time
rule?
you're taking up.
Did
So
you
I'm
vote-
gonna
did
ask
you
you to
vote
stop
on that?
talking now, James.
Did you vote on that? The Open Meetings Act requires that you vote on that.
We're going now, on number 6. We have no witnesses other than what we just heard from James. What's the board's pleasure?
I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by Michigan Initiative for Community Healing with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to 1, the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition, or 2, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
Moved and supported, approving the form. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes. We're coming up to number 7. A form for reproductive freedom for all. Jonathan, you start off, would you?
Yes, thanks, Chair Schickel. So, and just for the record, the amount of time that the board allows for speaking is 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. So this is a form of petition that Reproductive Freedom for All is bringing back. The board has previously approved a 100-word summary of this. The procedural history here is somewhat complicated because of some court decisions, and I think Mr. Brewer is planning to speak on this so he can articulate the petition's perspective on this. But they have brought back to us another version of the form of the petition, which we have reviewed and have determined that meets the statutory requirements. So they're seeking formal approval as to that.
Okay. Mr. Brewer didn't submit a card, but Olivia Flower did. Olivia, you want to speak to this? Come on up, Olivia. Your license of practice in Michigan, just for the record, state and spell your name, please.
Hello, my name is Olivia Flower, OLIVIAFLOWER. Good morning.
Go ahead.
I'm here from Dyke McGossett today, representing the Reproductive Freedom for All Ballot Question Committee. We are just following up, requesting approval as to form regarding the petition received by the department on March 7th. The only change to this petition from the previous proposal reviewed by this board's during its February 11th meeting is the union bug on the last page of the petition. The internal text on that union bug is now 8-point font, although I would note that that is not a requirement under the Michigan Supreme Court's order that came down this Monday.
Okay, any questions? Thanks for coming in.
I guess I just have one quick one. In light of the Supreme Court ruling order, you're not going to change back and put a smaller, you're just going to stick with what is provided to us in front of us.
Petitions before the order, I think, yeah.
Yes, we're going to go with what you have in front of you. Yep.
Okay.
They can go with the new bug later. Okay, good. One other witness, Mr. Eric Dawson, come on up. Just in case you haven't changed the spelling of your name, Eric, throw it out there for the record.
Yeah, I got that.
Yes, Eric Doster, ERICDOSTER. May I pass out some things to the?
Sure.
Thanks.
So want me to have one, Eric.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, Eric Doster on behalf of the citizens to support my women and children. After this board's last meeting, the sponsors of this proposed constitutional amendment filed a revised petition with the Bureau of Elections on March 7th. I turned this board's attention to the petition, and actually it was the same sentence that was referred to in the previous petition on the community health. It's that line that says, we, the undersigned qualified and registered electors, residents in the county of blank, state of Michigan, respectfully petition for. And it's the next phrase that contains the typo. It says on the petition before this board, amendment to the Constitution. However, section 482 that I've provided for you, and also the Bureau's instructions that this is the back side of that piece of paper. The Bureau's instructions on page 19, they both say amendment to Constitution. There is no word "the" that can be inserted here. This is a very simple fix. But a necessary one if this petition is to comply with the form requirements of the Michigan election law. And because this typo occurs in the petition heading, what this board and the Bureau refers to as a quote mandatory element, end of quote, of the petition, this board has consistently invalidated petition sheets for similar issues. For example, when one of my former clients, Michigan Values Life, circulated petitions in 2019, we filed petitions where some of the words in this exact same line were missing letters because they were folded, and sometimes folded paper rips. The Bureau threw out entire petitions because of a missing letter in one of these mandatory element words. Although we challenged the boards, there was two of you that were on the board at that time. You recall, we challenged the board's determination about throwing out entire petitions because they use whiteout in areas of the signature lines. We never challenged any of these where the letters were taken out of the mandatory element for their missing letter terminations. And as former Bureau staffer Melissa Mallerman, who's in our audience today on the other side of the table, observed during this board's meeting on June 18, 2020, she witnessed, and I quote, where what was missing was a chunk of the word initiation of legislation. So there were some letters missing there in that word, and that's what she personally observed, and appropriately, we lost those entire petition sheets. I do not have a copy of the petition that Ms. Mallerman's referring to, but I do have plenty of examples from back in 2020 of, again, it's the exact same line. If you want to look at it, I offer them as proof, but where the word "the" in the, it just so happened that was the word that was folded on the petition, like an E would be missing in the word "the," and an H would be missing in the word "the." And again, the Bureau invalidated the entire sheet. And again, this is consistent with prior Bureau practice on this topic. And according to page 6 of the Bureau's guidance on this topic, under other fatal defects that render an entire petition sheet invalid, they cite damaged, mutilated, or torn petition sheets where any of the mandatory elements, including the heading, including the sentence that we're talking about here, are illegible or omitted. And at the expense of overkill here on the word "the," let me conclude with an example of how Michigan, if I may conclude.
Just finish. Are you going back to the Tea Party?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going, Mr. Chair.
For that.
And this is a case that some of them may have had personal involvement. In 2010, a petition to form the Tea Party was rejected by the courts because it didn't have the word "the" in the petition. So this board's consistent treatment that every word matters, even the word "the," is a fatal flaw for a petition that you just can't add or subtract as required by law. So again, this is a very simple fix. and a necessary amendment to this petition, as this board just doesn't have the authority to approve the form of petition that doesn't comply with the statutory form requirements. Thank you, and if any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Doster? Okay, Jonathan, comments on this amendment to Constitution versus amendment to the Constitution?
Section 42 requires language describing whether it is a constitutional amendment or an initiated law. In the past, the Bureau has approved petition language both with the language amendment to Constitution and amendment to the Constitution. So consistent with that, we recommended this for approval. And I would defer to Heather on the interpretation of Section 482. Sorry, Heather.
So the statute 482 has just a Constitution, no the. Was that the point of Mr. Doster?
Well, right, I guess, I mean, the question would be whether this is, the court just reminded us in the raise the wage, that we got the other day, that mandatory requirements need to be followed. So I guess the question for the board is whether this amendment to Constitution without the, which is what the statute refers to, is a mandatory requirement that needs to be followed. We haven't had, as far as I know, we haven't had this particular question come before the board or before the court. So we don't have an answer on that.
Okay, let me refer back to our original witness on this, Olivia Flower.
If I could just offer a short rebuttal. The board doesn't even need to depart from the plain language of the statute in order to approve the petition as we've proposed it. The Tea Party example offered by Councilor Doster was for a party petition. That is not the type of petition at issue here. If you look at subsection 4 that describes the statement, it also provides in the last parenthetical other appropriate description. The addition of an article here that does not substantively change any of that sentence also would qualify as an appropriate description. You've been offered a very complicated reason why this petition is misleading, but the plain language of the statute provides that approval is appropriate. Do you have any questions?
Are you saying other appropriate description would then amend the words amendment to Constitution?
No, amendment to Constitution, of course, would satisfy the plain language of the statute itself, but amendment to the Constitution is also an other appropriate description.
So other appropriate description refers to the three right in front of it.
It doesn't modify. It provides that to the extent that there is an other appropriate description that also meets the Michigan election law standards, that approval would be appropriate.
So I've been really clear in my time on the board. What does the law say?
Mm-hmm.
Some of this last minute gamesmanship tends to get under my skin. But what does the law say? In what is in front of me right now is highlighted amendment to Constitution as though this was pulled from an actual statute. Is that the case? Was this language pulled from the statute? Mr. Doster shaking his head.
Yes, it was.
The section you're referring to is, do you have something I can?
May I approach? It's just
Sure.
Statute.
Thank you.
Last parentheses.
I may respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, geez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, in answer to Mr. Don's questions, yes, that is from statute. And the statute does have a parenthetical that says other appropriate designation. The reason why that parenthetical about other appropriate designation is in there is that because section 488 which is, I don't have, I did not provide to you. Section 488 talks about local ballot petitions. And it says that it refers to section 482 for the form of the local ballot questions. And local ballot questions are, establishment of medical marijuana ordinances, referendum on ordinances. I've got a number of them right now where that I have to comply with the terms of section 482. So that's why that parenthetical is there. And that's why if you look at the Bureau's instructions that I've provided, it doesn't say other appropriate a description on there. The Bureau, because the Bureau is limiting its instructions to statewide initiatives, referendum, or constitutional amendments. And when you're dealing with those three items, your only three statutory descriptions are amendment to Constitution, initiation of legislation, referendum of legislation. You can't add or subtract from those. And so that's why I would respectfully suggest that this board not succumb to the other appropriate description to be as allow you to change the description at will. You can't. The statute is very clear. And again, we've heard about strict compliance in this board's authority. This board doesn't have the authority once presented to it to approve the form petition that does not comply with the statutory language. You're not a legislature. You can't decide which word you can add or subtract. I'll happy to take any other questions.
Yeah, Tony, you have anything to follow up on that? What you got in front of you?
This came before us February 11th. I mean, why wasn't this brought up then? Why?
Their petition wasn't posted on the website. It was filed on March 7th.
So
Previous
March 7th is what I've got stamped here.
Yeah, the previous version that was considered in February was also posted on the website prior to that meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry. The previous version that was filed for approval in the February meeting was also posted on the website, just for the record.
And the only difference, Director Brader, is the fact that the last page has an 8-point union book on it. Is that correct?
Yes. Is that correct, Adam? Sorry, I should verify that.
I'm sorry.
That's my understanding. That's correct.
It's for what we check.
Yeah, as far as we're aware, yes.
I'd like to speak to this, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed that I am irritated, although not as often as Mr. Daunt, because I haven't been on the board as long, but I too find this last minute gamesmanship irritating. And to make a complaint about the language of the petition, this time, when we looked at it last time and the petition had the same language, really shows a lot of disrespect, I think, to the process. But I note as well that section 168.482 requires that the petition heading be amendment to the Constitution.
That is correct.
The reference, and there is the definite article is there, and that the warning simply references the language, whatever it is, an amendment to the Constitution, a referendum, or an initiative, so that the variance is utterly immaterial. And it is quite frankly offensive for you to come back the second time looking for a different reason to object to the petition, which you saw, which was reviewed by the board previously. So I think that your complaint is utterly meritless.
Any comments, Mr. Oster?
Again, this petition was posted on March 7th after your last board meeting. Whether or not it was the same language or different language previously, the sponsors had an opportunity to have the same language or not have the same language. That's out of my control. So this is the time and date for discussion as to approval as to form. So I take it by Member Gerwitz's comments that I just can't speak today because I didn't speak on something that may or may not have occurred on February 11th. But the fact remains, despite on those last few comments, this board doesn't have authority to approve of a form of petition that is contrary to the statutory form. Whether or not you deem it to be significant or insignificant, that's not your call. That's the legislature's call. So thank you very much.
Okay. All set?
Can I close?
Yeah, sure. Come on up.
So in his final argument, Counselor Doster essentially asked you to inquire as to the intent of why Section 4 was written the way it was. You do not need to do that when the plain language of the statute clearly allows for Constitution or other appropriate description as we've provided here.
Okay, it's the board's pleasure.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Chair Schinkel. We do have Mr. Gallant wishes to speak on this as well.
Oh, on the petition in front of us here, reproductive rights, Mr. Gallant, you out there? The floor is yours.
Yes. Yes. Well, as exactly my position again, which I agree with the member that said that she's concerned about the disrespect to the process. And so am I. Absolutely. Because somebody was saying that there's now a rule, apparently the no comment rule or the public comment rule is 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. Except the Open Meetings Act requires a reasonable opportunity for public comment under an approved rule. And discretion of the chair is a nondescript rule. It's not appropriate. It just needs to be a rule. 3 minutes is what? And as you see right now, you have no motion pending when you start a debate. You continuously assign the floor to Mr. Brader, the staff, to give his report and recommendation, which starts the debate. Just move right on, keep going until you negotiate a motion at the end. And then, Mr. Chair, you continue to say, and you just said it again, and is there any further discussion? Which of course, there isn't really going to be much of any substance because you already had all the discussion before you made the motion, which is un-American. That's why the Michigan election processes is flawed. It's fundamentally flawed. And I don't think you folks created much of this. It's just was that way when you showed up here and you got appointed this board. So you just, okay, we just do it that way. That's the way we do it here. And you followed. Well, Mr. Fracassi is having a hard time finding the rules of procedure. He said there is none. Well, he didn't say there isn't none. He just said, we gave you everything there is, and that wasn't in there. So we need to get the Attorney General lady there to maybe comment on, are there rules of procedure for this board? What are they? And where are they? And why haven't they been codified? And why does nobody know? And where's you have motion, you have all these things that you can do, these rights that you have, except for nobody's acknowledging any rules here. And so the whole system is just like General Henry Roberts said, where there is no law and everybody just does what they want, there is the least amount of liberty. So there is the least amount of liberty in the United States is in the election processes in the Department of State of the state of Michigan. And everybody's just doing whatever they want. You act like it's not your problem that those people aren't following the rules. And it's not really your problem that you're not following the rules. So that, I believe, is disrespectful to the process. And that's why I'm asking you for a complete procedural audit of the parliamentary procedures used to effectuate these elections. It's like you don't even want to know. And I'm assuming why you don't want to know, because that's going to not shed a very favorable light upon you yourselves. So there's the conflict of interest, kind of like the Secretary of State conflict of interest in auditing the elections that she supervised. Conflict of interest. So please vote to refer this issue to the Attorney General Dana Nessel, not the lady sitting there making some on the fly of.
Any questions to the witness? Seeing none, what's the board's pleasure? On the issue, I think we're done with witnesses.
Mr. Schinkel, could I
Yes.
direct the question
Sure.
to our attorney? Our approval as to form does not preclude anyone from subsequently objecting to the form. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
So if Mr. Doster wanted to bring a challenge to this petition based upon the inclusion of the definite article under the warning, he would be free to do so.
That's correct. Doesn't happen very often. Usually we do it up front, but yes, you could bring a challenge.
But if we wanted to, we could approve the form today with or without the thought in it.
Yes, and it can still,
Okay.
people can come in and when you issue the certification stage, there's lunch challenges there as well.
And we have in the past done conditional on fixing items. We did several related to the bug.
I have a question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Have we, in the past, has this board approved amendments to the Constitution with that wording, with the thought in it?
Yes, for example, the Promote the Vote 2022 amendment had the in there. So the board has approved these before. I don't know going back prior to that offhand.
And that issue also came up related to the union label where in the issue at hand, my reason for voting not to approve was that it was something that had then been brought to our attention. It seems a legitimate interpretive issue at hand relating this other appropriate description matter and what it applies to. If the back page is related to information from the Bureau. This is what's in the statute. It clearly states Amendment 2 Constitution. I detest this type of stuff. However, it does state Amendment 2 Constitution, and the same with the label. This is something that has been brought to our attention, I think needs clarification. I would suggest for us to get done with this, to provide conditional approval so that they have approval, they change that issue, and they move forward. That to me is the surest way to get this done without delay and waiting additional time for the court. I'm certain Mr. Brewer or whomever will go to court if this board does not approve. So
I think it would be up to the proponents of this to accept. If that's what you're saying, for it to pass this board is on a conditional motion. But I think it also has to be where
certainly would like to hear from them. Yes.
Yeah, I think you can make the decision for them, Tony.
I have enough trouble making decisions for myself.
Okay.
Mr. Schinkel, I want to
Go ahead,
direct another
Mary.
question to our attorney. If the word "the" were crossed out on the petition, which was then circulated, would that be acceptable?
Member Gervitz, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Maybe Jonathan or Adam have seen strikeouts on text of petitions.
Well, that would be a slightly different situation because in that case, they would be altering the petition that had been approved, the form of the petition that had been approved. So I'm not 100% sure how I would handle that, but I would say likely we would not accept that because it wouldn't be the form that we had approved. And also wouldn't have been the form that was submitted to us under the separate section 43A, which requires them to give us a copy of the petition before they circulate.
But if the form were submitted to you with the understanding that the word "the" would be struck on the petitions which have been printed, then our approval of the form, the conditional approval of the form with the understanding that that word would be struck on the already printed petitions it seems to me, would be sufficient to satisfy the concerns that have been expressed by Mr. Daunt. So we could approve the petition with the understanding that the word "the" would be crossed out on the petitions.
I think
Remove.
I think that opens up though to further issues down the road, not just related to this, but any where people can claim, well, we realized it later in the game, so we fixed it. And you guys are okay with that, right? And putting us kind of back in positions like this where, again, the law states this regardless of what we've done previously. So my suggestion is, and again, so that this isn't a delay, this doesn't lead to additional delay. If the sponsor would like to speak on this, that we provide them conditional employment approval to fix that issue, and then it's off the board. It doesn't go to court either now or later in the process. Because again, I would, as I said, Mr. Brewer, I assume would take this to court if we didn't approve. I would assume if we approve, Mr. Doster and the folks that he is working for would seek to take this to court to clarify what we've done. So,
But it doesn't change the fact that the recommendation of the Bureau is to approve. I'm assuming that's, I mean, the recommendation from the Bureau is to approve this petition as presented in front of us today that was submitted on March 7th to form.
That is our recommendation. I would not object to a conditional approval as Mr. Don described. Obviously, the petition sponsors, I would advise getting their opinion on that. But either one of those would be fine with the Bureau.
Okay, Olivia Flower, you got the mic.
Yep. So we'd be prepared to ask for conditional approval with the understanding that we would submit a revised petition without the article and an affidavit and a printer's affidavit, and then deal with any petitions that have been separately circulated with the word "the" separately. That would be what we, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, before, do you want to make a motion, Tony?
I heard somebody sigh as though they were going to speak over there.
The mics are really good at
Any
picking that up.
discussion?
If there wasn't, then I think I can on the fly. I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All, provided the sponsors correct the illegal typo prior to circulation, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition. Is that sufficient?
Correct the typo. No, typo.
Type.
Can we just ask that the description that's reflected in the record is not that it is an illegal typo?
Sure.
Typo.
Thank you.
Typo, yes.
Take out the word correct the typo. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. And Tony, just read the first half of it again before with on the understanding, correct it.
I'm just going to read it all again because I know what you're saying. I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All, provided sponsors correct the typo prior to circulation, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Very good. I'll support that. Further discussion on the motion. Is there any?
I'm not sure that it's appropriate to characterize it as a typo. I think that it would more accurately be described as conditioned upon the petition sponsor removing from the petition the definite article on the petition language by the warning. So it's very specific. I don't think this is a typo. I understand that it's easier to characterize it as such, but I think that we need to be very specific about the approval that we would be giving.
So removal of
The definite article, before the word constitution on the undersigned sentence.
I'm completely fine with that. Do I need to restate or is the amendment as provided?
Yeah, start.
Heather shaking her head.
Start with removing your motion you just made now. we agree to move.
Mr. Chair, I wish to withdraw the previous motion
And
I've
as a
made.
supporter of that, I will agree with that. So let's have a new motion. What do you say, Tony?
I'm gonna try this again. And Mary Ellen, please feel free to second. I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All, provided sponsors remove the definite article "the" prior to the word constitution in the
The undersigned.
the undersigned sentence with the undersigned sentence prior to circulation, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Okay.
Mr. Don, may I make a friendly amendment?
No.
That we add the word conditionally approve, please.
Okay.
And where would that conditionally go?
So I move that the board conditionally approve because it is a
Right.
conditional approval.
Conditionally approved.
We could have Adam reread the motion into the record.
That's a great idea.
I typed, so let me know if I got something wrong. Okay, so what I have written down is a motion by member Don that says, quote, "I move that the Board of State Canvassers conditionally approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All, provided sponsors remove the definite article 'the' prior to the word constitution in the undersigned sentence prior to circulation, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to 1, the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition, or 2, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition."
Perfect.
Thank you.
Support.
The movement is supported. Further discussion? Is there any? Nothing in the audience. That's good. Let's have a vote. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the
Nay.
motion carries. Oh, sorry. There is one no vote.
Yes.
Jeanette. there's
I have a no vote.
3-1. And you've got a no vote explanation on the record from before, I think, Jeanette.
I do.
So, yeah, okay. We're going on to number 8. Jonathan, let me find my agenda again here. Initiative petition submitted by Raise the Wage. Jonathan, where are we here?
Thank you, Chair Shingle. So I believe this is the same issue, right? It's the previous one, which the font size is not different. Oh, the union bug, yeah. So this is similar in that the Raise the Wage petition has come back with a union label / union bug with a 8-point font on it, although in light of the court decision, that's not necessary, but this is the form that they're seeking approval on at this time. And the staff has reviewed it and it does comply with the statutory requirements.
And there's no the problem.
I just underlined that. No, there's no thought in there.
This is initiation
Yeah,
of
I know. It's no
legislation.
Constitution. Mr. Brewer, take, for the record, spell your name, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Brewer, MARKBREWER of Goodman Acker on behalf of Raise the Wage Michigan. The board will recall that you deadlocked over approval of the form of our petition at the last meeting due to a dispute over the union label. While we initiated litigation out of an abundance of caution, we also filed a new petition with a union label, which is in 8-point type. And that is the petition which we request approval as to form today. As Mr. Brader indicated, notwithstanding the 6-1 decision of the Michigan Supreme Court on the union label issue issued on Monday. As always, I want to thank the staff for their cooperation and assistance to getting us to this point in the process. We would ask that you approve the form of this petition.
Okay, any questions? Okay, our second witness, Andrea Hansen would like to speak on this issue. Andrea, come on up and for the record, spell your name, as all these witnesses are licensed attorneys.
Good morning. Andrea Hansen, ANDREAHANSEN.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I already provided my objections as to form at the last meeting, so I'm not going to repeat them here. Mr. Brewer argued passionately that the time to make those objections was not now, but I could make them later if and when he submits signatures. So I'm really just preserving those objections that I made at that time. I'm not making new ones as to form. I did notice that in the revised petition that was submitted to this board for approval, a couple of the my recommendations were implemented. So obviously I withdraw any objections as to the things that were corrected. So I really don't have any comments as to form other than preserving my prior statements. I just wanted to raise one thing, so hopefully we can prevent any issues or confusion down the road. It's my understanding that the Raise the Wage submitted their 483A filing on March 10th as to this revised petition seeking as to form, and it's revised. And obviously you can't circulate prior to making a 483A filing. So I just want to confirm that to the extent any signatures are submitted, I'm not saying they will be, I'm just saying if they are submitted prior to March 10th, that we are all in agreement that such signatures would be called by the Bureau of Elections before a sample is pulled. So that's my only comments. Any questions?
That is your question?
Yeah, I would just want, I don't think it's confusing. I mean, the
No,
law
I
says you
hear
can't circulate prior to a 483A filing.
Yeah,
The 483A
before
filing is
filing.
March 10th.
John, do you have a comment on that? Do you count signatures collected before 483 filing?
It's my understanding, Adam, please correct me if I'm wrong. We are treating the March 10th filing as the 483A filing. So that would be the filing prior to circulation. I see that Mr. Brewer also has a comment on this, so, but that is our understanding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Thank you, Andrea. Andrea. Mr. Brewer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, a couple of comments. Ms. Hansen preserved a couple of her objections. The one that she made a couple last time about defects in the title of the legislation. I didn't have the case law at hand at the last hearing, but I just want to point out for the record that in Automobile Club of Michigan, Committee for Lower Rates versus Secretary of State 195, Mishap 613, objections as to the content of the title at this point are not before the board. They're not within the board's jurisdiction. There is a title and any further fights over the content of that title are to be resolved by the courts later. I also think that her comments about the filing date and the counting of petitions before or after that date are very far afield from where we are this morning. If there's any issue on that, she can raise those when we file our petitions and we'll have that fight at that time. But that's not an issue for the board this morning. She can make whatever observations she wants, but that's not an issue as to the form of the petition, which is the only thing that's before the board this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Chair, a question so I can clarify in my head. So what's before us is,
The form.
the form. Ms. Hansen has withdrawn because she made reference to some of those issues were changed between February 11th and now. So, and the union label has been fixed, even though it's not an issue anymore. There does not appear to be any issues raised related to the form.
Right.
The issue of the circulation, Mr. Brader has answered, and I think it's pretty clear cut that if they submit stuff prior to March 11th would, in my opinion, not match with what Mr. Brader said, but that again, as Mr. Brewer said, is not before us. So in light of that, if I may, I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by Raise the Wage with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
I'll support.
As moved and supported, this Raise the Wage petition form is for approval. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion passes 4-0. Now we come to item number 9, and that has the most witness cards in front of us.
Oh, good.
Number 9,
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry, Chair Schenkel, to interrupt the agenda. We did have an item that we wanted to handle during other business involving Lydia Valles, who's leaving us, unfortunately, retiring. We had she's actually also leaving this meeting. So
we'll just disrupt the agenda for a second here. Okay.
Present this tribute to her with the board's approval, and I'll be happy to have any of you read it into the record.
I can
or
read it
as
then.
well. Okay.
Go ahead, Jeanette. Take
All
it
right.
away.
So this is a special tribute from the Michigan Board of State Canvassers, whereas Lydia Valles was first hired with the Bureau of Elections in September of 1994, where she has continued to serve through her upcoming retirement on March 31st, 2022. Whereas Ms. Valles faithfully performed her duties as a dedicated public servant and valued colleague, and has tirelessly served as staff to the Board of State Canvassers through her tenure with the Bureau of Elections. Whereas Ms. Valles numerous contributions include fairly applying Michigan's election laws governing ballot access, petition circulation, canvassing, and recounts, and specifically focusing on ballot access for Michigan's judicial candidates. Whereas Ms. Valles' invaluable assistance has ensured the ability for the board to meet timely and allowed the board to carry out its legal obligations and increase public confidence in the security and integrity of Michigan elections. Now therefore be it resolved by the Michigan Board of State Canvassers that we commend and congratulate Ms. Valles for her contributions and assistance while serving as staff to the board, and congratulate her on her retirement. And be it further resolved that this resolution be transmitted to Ms. Valles as evidence of our high esteem and appreciation for her public service.
Support.
The resolution is offered by Jeanette, supported by somebody. We have a resolution in front of us. Yeah. Lydia, come on up. Tell us what you're looking for.
I will say that I'm gonna miss everybody, especially Norm Schenkel.
Would you lie?
Probably because I have worked with Norm Schenkel for a very long time, but I appreciate everybody here on the board, of course, and I'm gonna really miss it that much. So thank you very much, everybody. So I won't see you again at the next board meeting, thank God.
We appreciate everything that you've
I'll
done.
see you in the news though.
Okay,
So
Lydia.
thank you, everybody.
Good luck, Lydia.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Thank you for the quick change to the agenda. I appreciate that. And obviously, Lydia's contributions to the Bureau of Elections beyond this board are also numerous. So I would like to also extend my thanks to her.
We're gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss her. Okay, back to item number 9. On this petition, we have lots of people that like to testify. Who is the petitioner? Who represents the petition itself?
I think Mr. Lidl.
Who wants to speak on behalf of the petition? That's my first witness.
Yeah, could I, Mr. Chair Schenkel, could I read the Underwood summary?
Yeah,
in
go
first?
ahead.
Sorry,
Let me start with our guy here.
Okay, so, so this is sorry, where's my first? I should probably find it before I insist on speaking. Okay, sorry. So this is a summary that was drafted, that I drafted regarding the petition sponsored by Voter Transparency and Term Limits. This is a constitutional amendment. It does two main things. One, it creates a financial disclosure requirement for executive officers and legislators in the state, and it also changes our term limit rules. There were several comments that were received on this. I will note that some of them we received after the deadline I requested comments by because of accidentally having these sent to the incorrect email address. We did receive those later on though, and the ones that were subsequently received are available for the board members, and they've been posted online. I also got one at 2 in the morning that I also have copies of if members want to see. So with that said, the primary point of disagreement, I think, among the comments was the characterization of whether this is increasing or reducing term limits. Currently, there's a 3-term or 6-year term limit for House members and a 2-term or 8-year limit for senators. And this would create a 12-year aggregate term limit for the entire legislature. In my opinion, the most impartial description would be just to say changes term limits. So that's what the verb I used. But with that said, I will read the 92-word summary I currently have, which is constitutional amendment to require members of legislature, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and attorney general to file annual public financial disclosure and transaction reports after 2023. Require legislature to enact laws with disclosure rules at least as stringent as those required for members of Congress under federal law. Change term limits from 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate to 12 years in the legislature in any combination, with exception that someone elected to Senate in 2022 can be elected the number of times allowed when the person became a candidate.
Okay, we have several witnesses. I'll start with Steve Lytle from Dykema, who is a licensed attorney. Steve, for the record, please spell your name after you distribute your propaganda. Whatever you want to call it, information.
Improvements in.
Yeah, whatever. Help us out here with information.
More highlight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Steve Liedel from Dykema, Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N, last name Liedel, L-I-E-D-E-L. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this august body. And while an august body, you are not a parliamentary body, so I'll begin with a brief commentary on your rules of procedure.
Without objection, go ahead.
So, certainly, not being a parliamentary body, there are no parliamentary rules that apply to this board, nor is there any general parliamentary law in the United States or the state of Michigan. I will, however, note for the board and other interested parties that the Michigan election law enacted by the people's representatives in the legislature does authorize this board to adopt rules of procedures, and it has done so. Anyone on the board here today or in the general public interested in understanding the rules of procedure, including rules relating to members wishing to address the board, can find them in the Michigan Administrative Code at Rule 168.841 to Rule 168.845. So with that procedural business out of hand, I'd like to turn to the substance of the proposal and note that the matter before the board and this agenda item is limited solely to the 100-word statement that is before the board. I want to direct your attention, and the language is highlighted in the statute in terms of the standard that's applicable. We generally appreciate the work done by the director and the team at the Bureau. We have one disagreement. In our belief, the language prepared by the director deviates from the statute in 3 ways. One, the language prepared by the director, unlike the proposed language submitted, moves beyond a summary of the proposal as the statute provides for, to include a description of the current law, which would be changed by the proposal. There's no authority in the statute for the proposal summary to do anything other than to summarize the proposal. There's no language that says you should engage in words that describe what the current law provides. Secondly, the statute also requires that any description be a true description. And the language prepared by the director and submitted for your review does not meet that standard with regard to the term limits.
Sorry, there's no requirement for a true description? Is that what you just said?
No, the statute requires that there be a true description.
Okay.
But the director's proposal doesn't meet that standard. And here's why. The language prepared by the director references current limits as being a 6-year limit in the House and an 8-year limit in the Senate. That's incorrect. The actual language, as you'll see in the proposal in the constitutional language, it's a limit on the number of times elected. 2 times in the Senate, 3 times in the House. But it's also not a year-based limit. because the current provision allows for partial terms. So you could have a member of the legislature limited not to 6 years in the House, but to 5.5 years because they served a partial term of more than a half year. There's also an unlimited number of partial terms of less than a half term that members are allowed to serve or be elected to under the current
And
Constitution.
where were those partial terms defined? Court?
No, they're defined in the Constitution.
Partial terms are defined in the Constitution?
Correct.
Okay.
The Constitution establishes an exception to the 2-term, 3-term limit. So for example, if you serve less than a half term in the Senate, let's say 1.5 terms, in theory, you could serve not 8 years, but 9.5 years. Hence the problem with the Bureau's description of the current proposal. It's not always a 6-year or an 8-year term. It could be many different combinations of terms given the partial term provisions. Lastly, we believe that the director's proposed language deviates from the statute and that it creates a prejudice against the proposal by characterizing, splitting out and characterizing separate term limits for the House and Senate compared to the combined limit that the proposal provides for. So we have proposed alternate language. It's before you. We believe by all definitions that the proposal reduces terms. It's simple math. Under no circumstances can anyone serve a longer term, particularly given that folks have the ability to serve an indefinite number of partial terms under current law. Under any circumstance, whether it's the number of years served in the House or the Senate, because of the partial term exception under current law, this is a reduction because the proposed language brings any partial terms within the overall 12-year limit. And it's also simple math because 12 is always less than 14. Current law, generally, without the exception for partial terms, allows you to serve 3 terms in the House. That's 6 years. When you're done with that, you have the ability to also, under the Constitution, serve an additional 2 terms generally, without the exception for partial terms. That's 8. 6 plus 8 is 14. There's a uniform limit of terms totaling 12 total years, whether partial or impartial, under the proposal. So the appropriate and accurate description of the change proposed, it's an accurate summary, is reducing and it's tightening the restrictions related to term limits. It reduces the terms, it eliminates the partial term loophole, and it also eliminates the language that would provide the ability of the legislature to provide for appointments to fill vacancies in the legislature. That is a provision that's in the existing Constitution that's stricken by the proposal, the provision for appointment of members to the legislature. Under all 3 measures, the proposal reduces and makes more strict the restrictions of term limits. We think the modification, removing the commentary on the existing provision of the Constitution is appropriate, given that it's inaccurate, and suggests that the clause relating to term limits in the proposal reduce term limits for state representatives and state senators to a total 12 years in the legislature in any combination. It's a minor modification to the director's proposal, but we believe it's most consistent with the statutory requirements and the actual language used in the proposed constitutional amendment itself.
Okay, so that 12 years, so if somebody wanted to serve 2 terms in the Senate, they could, and then 2 terms in the House under the new proposal, this proposal.
Correct. If this proposal were enacted, an individual would be able to serve 2 full terms in the Senate and
2 terms. What happens if they get elected to a special election, like we just had a couple for the last year of the Senate? Would that add to that Senate term?
There's no ability to add beyond the 12 years. So for example, if you were elected to 9 years, 2 terms in the Senate plus 1 year
in the House,
you could have 1 term in the House.
Okay.
So that is another reason why it reduces the ability to seek additional terms. Reduces the key word. That is not something that would occur under current law.
Questions for Mr. Lytle? Anybody?
In terms of the repeal and or reduction or what have you, individuals that have already served in the current term limit regime, I guess you'll call it, if they've met their requirements or them at their limits now. They can't, doesn't restart the clock for them.
Absolutely not. You would have to add additional language into the Constitution to provide for that, as has been done in other states, both intentionally and unintentionally, with various proposals to modify term limits. This is amending the existing provision, and it doesn't, unlike the original term limit, include a start date. This applies to persons elected after 1993, for example, and it's clearly not a repeal of the existing term limits. We have guidance from the Attorney General and Supreme Court precedent on that. The term amend and the term repeal are words of art with settled legal meanings, the Attorney General said. The repeal of a law destroys the law. An amendment, among other things, keeps it alive. An amendment applies continuation of the original plan and purpose of the law with changes or corrections to better accomplish this purpose. And that's exactly what this amendment to the Constitution does. It changes and corrects the existing term limits by removing the partial term loophole, removing the ability of the legislature to authorize members to be appointed to fill vacancies, and also reduces the total number of years an individual can serve in the legislature.
Any questions from Mr. Lytle over here?
I'm good. No.
Okay, Steve, I have a question.
Sure.
I'm looking at your word, reduced term limits. How about if we started it off by saying repeal and replace term limits to 12 total years in the legislature in any combination? Would that be accurate?
It wouldn't be accurate because there's no repeal. I mean, we just went through the standard for no repeals. We believe reduce
no repeal.
We're not repealing the existing limits. If you were to repeal the existing limits, a member, for example, who had served 14 years, my restriction is not repealed. I'm now eligible to serve 12 new years in addition to the 14 I've already served. That's not what is occurring here. There's no repeal. There's an amendment to the existing term limit. It is being altered from a two-time election in the House, 3-time election in the Senate, plus the exception for partial terms.
Okay, so if we use the word repeal, then everybody that's ever served under the current Constitution can start over again.
I think that's the problem. If you're saying you're repealing an existing limit, it's a nullity. That's what the case law on repeal means. You're abrogating. This board has dealt a lot with the issue of abrogation. It means it wipes it off the map. It's just as if you repeal a statute, right? If you repeal a statute, it has no longer any applicability.
So you're amending. Amending is the appropriate word.
We believe the most appropriate word is reduce, because that is exactly what the proposal does.
Well, it reduces overall, but it adds to either body. Well, yeah, 12 years in the House, right now you get 6. It adds.
But it's also reducing term limits even under the existing limits, because it's eliminating the partial term loophole that applies even to House terms.
That's the technicality. You go from 6 to 12. And
it's a technicality, but it is technically authorized under the Constitution. And persons, you just dealt with 4 special election certifications today, exercising where that technicality could apply.
Okay, Steve. Well, I'm sure you'll stay around for further questions.
Happy to visit further about the language, but we firmly believe that the word reduce is most appropriate.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. I want to call now on the author of the current term limit proposal in our Constitution, Mr. Patrick Anderson.
What have you introduced?
And Patrick, I get a chance to have you raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear what you're about to say today is truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And for the record, please state and spell your name.
I'm Patrick Anderson, Patrickandrson. It's a pleasure being here in front of the Board of Canvassers again and with the new Director of Elections. And I also want to congratulate Lydia Vallis, who was here when I was the Chief of Staff for the Department of State and who truly deserved the tribute that was given to her. Members of the board, Director of Elections, we're here to discuss exactly as Steve Lytle said, the truthful description of this proposal. He's right on that. We are only here to talk about this. So let us get to something that Mr. Lytle conveniently failed to discuss, which is the actual language of his proposal. Let's start with the first one. It's in the Constitution since 1992. It says no person shall be elected to the office of state senate more than 2 times. What does the proposal do to that? It strikes it out completely. Strike through. Where I come from, striking something out completely is a repeal. Next, the current language says no person can be elected to the office of state representative more than 3 times. Strikes out most of the words there too. Then it repeals the provision that includes under as a term, any term that was served for more than half of the years or half of the time. And it strikes it out completely, as Mr. Lytle admitted, strikes it out completely. That's a repeal. Then, again, as Mr. Lytle admitted, it strikes completely the provision that applies this limit on the number of times a person shall be elected. Again, it's not a limit on years. It strikes out the limit on the number of times a person shall be elected and applies it to only terms of office beginning on or after January 1, 1993. Those are repeals. They are gone. To use his word, they're destroyed. They're nullified. They're not there. It then replaces that. Yep, it's got a new limit, but now it's, as Mr. Lytle admitted, it's a limit on years. And, you know, he's got his description of this. Terms or partial terms that combine more than 12 years, which is what we said. You should tell the people that's what's going to be created. And then there's an exception for anybody running for state senator in 2022. And then it adds a disclosure requirement, which in a very aggressive sense might take place in 2024 if it's adopted. But we're not here because we're all concerned about disclosure. We're here because this would repeal term limits. The people who would like to repeal it have every right to come to in front of the citizens and say, we want to repeal term limits. We have every right to say we don't want it, but nobody has any right to come in front of the citizens and say, we're really not repealing it. We're just reducing it or amending it or improving it. No, you are repealing it. That's exactly what striking things out mean. And so we proposed, and it's in my letter, repeal the limit on the number of times a person can be elected. Repeal the limit on the number of times a person can be elected. Replace that with a combination limit and add a disclosure requirement. So members of the board, this is what our proposal is, and this is what the Constitution requires, a truthful description that lets the citizens know that this would repeal the current language in the Constitution.
Okay, well, Mr. Anderson, your words that you're proposing are 80 words, is that what it is?
80 words, right. It's
80
right
words.
there on page.
And you gave, does everybody have this? I don't, you handed it to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, but you.
I have extra copies.
If you.
Where's that?
If you're repealing.
Isn't the first part?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pass them out. For the record, it is in your blue binders as well.
Okay, good. It's in our binders, okay.
Maybe.
It's the first comment directly after Jonathan's language.
You heard
Yeah,
what,
I was looking through that.
the comments when I asked the question about repeal that were made by Mr. Lytle.
Yeah.
That if we say that what we have now is being repealed, then the issue is people that have already served under the current terms are allowed to jump in and start over, run again. What's your comment to that?
I mean, yeah, guess what? If you repeal the current limit and they have served less than 12 years, they can come back. And in fact, I mean, MERS went and counted it up and found out that every Speaker of the House going back to Chuck Perricone could come back and run again. Again, it's okay if that's what you want. You just have to tell the citizens that's what you're doing. And this would repeal, eliminate, nullify, destroy the current limits and replace it with a new limit on years. And, you know, if Chuck Perricone served less than 12 years, he could run. If, I guess our last speaker, last Republican, or one of our last Republican speakers, actually a proponent, and he could run again. So, yeah.
So, under the words that the petitioner is submitting, where they talk about reducing the number that would not allow people that have already served under this current constitution to be able to run again. Is that your opinion?
I mean, the word reduce is a falsehood. There is no limit on the number of years. Mr. Lytle and I agree on this. There's no limit on the number of years in the current constitution. There's a limit on the number of times you can be elected to any term, and the term is set in a different portion of the Constitution. And what he called a loophole, that's not a loophole. We said that if you serve more than half a term, that counts. And if you serve less than a half a term for any reason, it doesn't count. That's not a loophole. That's the definition right now. And it occasionally occurs. We have 110 House seats and 38 Senate seats, and you've got, I think, 4 vacancies in the House. So it happens, and it's worth covering, which is why it is covered. But it's definitely not a loophole.
But if we pass the words Mr. Lytle is recommending, are you saying that the former legislators that were termed out can rerun, or are they still termed out?
Well, what Mr. Lytle, who's attorney, apparently doesn't need to be sworn in, representing the proponents, as they have every right to have representation. He wants to put the most favorable presentation forward, and he would like the citizens to think it's a reduction. That is false. It's not a reduction.
But no, that wasn't my question. My question is, would people that are termed out be able to run under a new set of rules, even with his words, in your opinion?
Right. I mean, the Constitution would apply, and if in fact the citizens adopt this constitutional amendment, it would allow every speaker since Chuck Perricone to run again. We'd have all kinds of people that served 3 terms in the House could run again. All kinds of people that served in the Senate could run again. It's their right to propose it, but it's nobody's right to hide it from the citizens.
Okay. So, very good. And questions for Mr. Anderson, any?
Yeah, Mr. Lidl read to us the information and statutory, I think, definitions or judicial definitions of repeal and amend. You disagree with his characterization?
I don't know what Mr. Lytle is talking about. I mean, Mr. Lytle is, again, licensed attorney, works for Dykema. I think we've hired Dykema before. I'm sure there's some court case somewhere about what repeal is. But guess what? This is a repeal. When you strike it out, it is struck out, nullified, eliminated. And I will note, and I'm not sure Mr. Lytle would disagree, constitutions are people documents. They're not legislative, they're not statutes. They are governed by what the broad mass of people thought they were. And I think that there is a court case on exactly that, which has been repeated many times. And you are charged with giving the people a summary. Again, I agree with Mr. Lytle on what the Constitution and law requires. Give them a truthful summary of what happens. And a truthful summary here is the limits we have in the Constitution, they would be gone. And then they have a new one, a combination limit, and that would allow lots of things to happen different than what happens before. They have every right to propose it. We must insist that the people know what they're doing, just as we did. And in our letter, here's the 1992 description on the last page. I remember writing this. I mean, there's absolutely nothing hidden here. We are going to limit the number of times you can be elected. We told you exactly how many times. Okay, and we told you that it would count after January 1, 1993. And it said, hey, if you're serving more than 1/2 a term, it's counted. We told you exactly what we were doing. There was nobody who didn't know. And that's all I'm asking for today is everyone should know that what we adopted in 1992 would be gone for members of the legislature. Gone completely, eliminated, repealed. And in its place would be a new limit on 12 years, which would be completely different than what we have now.
You think 6 years is pretty quick in the House right now? So all the speakers we have a minimum of 4 years experience before they're elected speaker?
Well, yeah, and there are discussion on that. And as you may know, Mr. Schenkel, I have many times publicly said, after we've had experience with our term limits, I'd be willing to have a public discussion about whether we have the right number of terms. Okay, I'll repeat it again here. But I have never said I would agree to an amendment that hid from the voters what we were doing. So anybody that wants to amend the term limits amendment needs to say directly, clearly, and without artifice what they're doing.
Mr. Schinkel, so I think term limits are a terrible idea. That's not before us right now, ultimately. I think putting things into the Constitution generally is a pretty bad idea because it makes it difficult to change them. So financial disclosure, et cetera, not necessarily a fan of that. Again, not before us, my opinion, that doesn't matter. I would reject the idea or characterization that they're hiding this. It's pretty clear this is an amendment and a reduction. I'm thinking back to the 2018 Voters Not Politicians, against something I really worked hard against. That very well could be characterized as a repeal. There were countless words and pages that were struck out, but in their 100 words, it's very clearly here that it's a proposed constitutional amendment and doesn't mention repeal. So I think the fact that they are striking things but adding and changing is very clearly an amendment in my mind, not a repeal. So on that issue, I think, I don't think repeal is a correct characterization.
Mr. Dunn, let me note that if you were to, board was to adopt a precedent that people could strike out entire sentences, multiple entire sentences, and completely eliminate their ability, that the danger to the republic isn't limited to term limits. We could have something, for example, defund the police be described as a change in the allocation formula for local millage. We could have an elimination on the freedom of the press, strike out certain portions. It could be described as an adjustment in the number of authorized media outlets. We could have a whole lot of other things, none of which any of us want. But the decision you make today has consequences about future constitutional amendments. And if you open the door that people can rip out entirely, entire important provisions and call it a change, then you've opened a door that will be a dangerous one and difficult to close. Now, let me give some math. There are 106 members of the House right now. We've got some vacancies. All 106 could serve longer. All of them. Every single member of the Senate could serve at least the number of time they have or more. And according to MERS, every single speaker since Chuck Perricone can come back and run again. That seems like a pretty big increase to me. And it's definitely a substantive and serious change to our Constitution that needs to be explicitly pointed out to the voters.
Okay, so,
And I
go ahead, Tony.
I think Mr. Brader's language pretty clearly does that. It clearly states currently you can have 6 in the House, 8 in the Senate, which is 14. I failed math 1825 twice at Michigan State University. I still can figure out that 12 total years is less than 14.
Right.
So
but Mr. Dunn, with all due respect, and I do appreciate that the director did not fall for the transparent ruse of calling this a reduction. I appreciate that. Let me note that the Constitution limits the number of times you can be elected to the office of governor. It limits for Attorney General. It limits for Secretary of State. It limits for House. It limits for the Senate. There's also age limits in the Supreme Court. If you were to come before this body and say, well, we're going to do math and pick that office and this office and this office and that office, you come up with a whole number of array of different combinations. But you don't need to because we were explicit. We limited the number of times you could be elected to the House to 3 times. That would be struck entirely by this proposal. That's a repeal. We said we will limit the number of times you could be elected to the Senate to no more than 2 times. That is struck by this. We put in, hey, you serve half a term. That's counted. Struck. We said that doesn't count anything before 1993. Struck. And all I'm asking is that you tell the voters that that's exactly what it was. Mr. Brader and his draft in front of you did avoid making the gross error of calling this a reduction. He does say change. I think it's better to say repeal because repeal is truthful and repeal tells people exactly what you're doing. You're repealing the current limits.
So, Mr. Anderson, just so I have your opinion clear, whoever language we adopt, yours or Mr. Lidle's or Mr. Brader's, Chuck Perricone can still run again for the House. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, every speaker going back to Chuck Perricone. I'm not sure if they're including, but it's a Jace Bolger, for example, who is one of the proponents. Yeah, he may be the vice chair of the campaign, or he could run again.
But whose language we
Chad
adopt,
Field could run
what
again.
this does to our Constitution frees up the previous restrictions that your amendment did.
It abolishes the restrictions on House members that was in the Constitution as adopted by 1992 and replaces it with this new 12-year.
Very good. Any other questions, Mr. Anderson? Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
We have several witnesses. I'm going to run through them. And Mr. Light, we'll come back to you. Mark Gaffney? Oh, yes, your wish to testify. Good. Come on up. Are you left-handed, Mr. Gaffney?
No, I'm right.
Okay. The way you wrote. Anyway, please, for the record, raise your right hand for me and just solemnly swear what you're about to say states the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. For the record, could you state and spell your name?
Thank you. My name is Mark Gaffney, MarkGaffney. I'm the co-chair of the group Voters for Transparency and Term Limits, and I'm also the treasurer. I appreciate your work today, considering these issues and hopefully moving this ballot issue forward. Consideration of the petition form and the wording. Why do we seek to bring this change in term limits? First of all, to introduce financial transparency to the state of Michigan for elected officials, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, secretary of state, and the legislature. 48 other states have this. We don't. The legislature hasn't been able to get it done. We think that is an important part of this ballot issue. Secondly, we thought it was a good idea to tighten up the cap on term limit years. Now, I raised my right, not my left hand, and I swore to tell you the truth. Here's the truth as I know it. I did not sign up to this effort to repeal term limits. I would not have wasted my time to be part of that. People of the state of Michigan do not want term limits repealed. That would have been a waste of my time. That would have been a waste of your time, I suggest. But I did like the idea, as it was described to me, to reduce the capped years from 14 to 12, at the same time allowing the 12 years to be served in a different formula, in a different configuration. Why? I have a lot of my own reasons. I worked for the AFL-CIO and was in the legislature and out of working with legislators. And I think my personal, professional opinion, can I still have a professional opinion if I'm retired? Norm, is that okay? That we would have better legislators under this configuration. So I believe this proposal maintains term limits overall. It changes the total time that can be served. It allows more time in one chamber, yes, and changes the formulas. But the actual number of years that legislators can serve is reduced. That, in addition to the financial disclosure, I found to be very compelling. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Gaffney, in your opinion that everybody who's already termed out can run again if this becomes law, this passes?
No, not if they've served more than 12 years.
Oh, I see. So somebody that served in the House for 6 years can run for another 6 then?
If they have not served anywhere else. That's
Okay.
my understanding.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Tell you what, I think what we're gonna do right now is take a 5-minute break and we'll come back, let's say 7-minute break. Oh, geez. It's 7 minutes before noon according to my watch here. Let's come back at noon. We are We're back to order here on this Board of Canvasser meeting. Everyone to take their seat. Our next witness I'm going to call upon is Curt O'Keefe. Curt, come on up. You just put in front of us some very big information. Don't even need glasses to read it here. Curt, for the record, spell your name.
Curt, K-U-R-T, O'Keefe, O-K-E-E, F as in Frank E. Well, in light of the earlier font issues and my own dimming eyesight, I'm went to, like my friend, Mr. Daunt there, I'm mathematically challenged. I was told there would be no math in law school. However, it seems to me there are 4 members here, and thus far already 2 have expressed irritation with some of the presentations. I will endeavor in my remarks not to increase that number. Chutzpah is defined as a Jewish boy who murders his father and mother and throws himself on the mercy of the court as an orphan. And I submit to you that chutzpah, this proposal reeks of it. It's not from the people. It sprang fully formed about 2 weeks ago with the wonderful work of Mr. Gaffney, who apparently has $5 million committed from who knows where. Transparency for thee, but not for me. I oppose any law that would compel him to produce that information, but I'm very curious as to different polls and actual questions asked. Many of us know the Republican House Caucus was told the polls at 70% plus. So I'm curious about that information. Also, Mr. Gaffney is moved out of the spirit of having transparency. I agree with that. I think the people of Michigan agree. Matter of fact, our House passed a financial transparency bill. As a matter of fact, financial transparency can be achieved through the legislature with lower requirements than it takes to repeal constitutional amendments. The reason that it's paired up with that is never have so few applied so much lipstick to such a pig. And that's why transparency is there. I submit that's why it's initially at the top. And we would have many more people here, but the term limits is from the people. The proposal is from the Beltway, and somehow there is a bishop on there. I congratulate, that was an excellent move politically. The Beltway has never been in favor of term limits, and the proponents are bipartisan. They're Democrats, Republicans, current, future politicians, current and future lobbyists. They've never been in favor of this. They can hire Dykema, they can hire Goodman Acker. They can come over here because if they're in the Beltway, they're close. I am here of my own accord because I'm interested in the people of Michigan. A couple of notes. It's not a loophole, the partial terms. This amendment was based on the constitutional amendment limiting the United States president to 2 terms. It was enacted while Harry Truman was president. Harry Truman served over 3 years of FDR's term. It was not retroactive. So Truman could have run in 1952. But because of that sequence and the 4 terms that FDR was elected to, the constitutional amendment on the presidential term states if you've served more than 2 years of a term, you can run once for a 4-year term. If you've served less than 2 years, you can run twice. That is not a loophole. As far as Chair Schinkel's question about how long to be a speaker, Henry Clay was elected Speaker of the United States House of Representatives on his first day in office. Wow. I congratulate the director on reducing the amount of lipstick on the pig. I would submit to you that the statute requires that all of the lipstick be removed. I would submit to you that it is simple math that 12 years in the House of Representatives is more than 6 years in the House of Representatives. That 12 years in the state Senate is more than 8 years in the state Senate. And as has been said, and we have other witnesses, I don't want to be redundant, but repetition is the mother of skill. This is a reduction of term limits. This is the entire reason for the proposal. This has been done by the political class across the country in efforts to restrict term limits, and they poll endlessly and find out which shade of lipstick should we put on this pig. I submit to the board that you should reject that and use basically Mr. Anderson's language. I think I've seen, I submitted a letter which the director has kindly accepted late in light of our email address mistake that we made.
Well,
Thank you.
I sense you favor the word repeal in our 100-word.
Because it is a repeal. I would also note, Mr. Liddell has done his homework and cited case law. I'm used to a court setting in which I would see the briefs and case law ahead of time, but he referred to a state Supreme Court case interpreting a statute. The Constitution, as Mr. Anderson pointed out, is not a statute. It is the Constitution. It may seem like a legal fine point. However, the state Supreme Court case interpreting the word repeal as that applies to a statute is not binding precedent on a future case that would be dealing with the term repeal and amendment. So it could be considered, it's certainly appropriate for him to make that argument, but it is not settled case law as far as the meaning of the word repeal in this context.
Okay, any questions? The witness? Mr. O'Keefe, thank you.
Thank you very much. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Yeah. Well, we're making progress here. I would like to call now on Mr. Scott Tillman. Scott, come on up, and for us, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to state the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the record, please state and spell your name.
My name is Scott Tillman, SCOTTTILLMAN. First off, thanks to Director Brader and the staff. We had a mix up with emails, and they have been more than accommodating in getting our opinions and language and stuff on the website and everything else. And that's really going above and beyond for them. Thank you very much for all your work on that. I know you didn't have to, and it's very appreciated from everybody. A couple of things that I think are really important to address. Obviously, truth, important to everybody, proponents and opponents. But this issue of reduce has come up, reduce or repeal. We ran a mathematical analysis. We actually commissioned a mathematician, U.S. term limits, commissioned a mathematician to look at the difference here. So I don't have enough copies to hand out and then read, so I'm going to hand them out when I'm done. But we actually had somebody take a look and see, would this allow for more time in office or for less time in office? And we submitted that, but also I'll give everybody a paper copy. And there's an illustration in that I think really speaks to this, and I'm going to walk through that, the governor illustration. A hypothetical can be used to illustrate the flaw in the proposed language. Imagine if a proposed change instead eliminated 6-year limits for the Michigan House and 8-year limits for the Michigan governor, and replaced them with a overall flexible 12-year overall cap between either the state house or the governor. Since there are 110 seats and only one governorship, the effect of such an initiative would be to effectively double term limits for all state house members. But proponents may still argue that they were reducing the overall time a person could serve between the state house and the governor, because it's theoretically possible to now spend 14 years total doing both jobs. The gap between the state house and the state senate is not 110 to 1 as between the state house and the governor, but is still significant of 110 to 38. These respective chamber sizes ensure that a majority of the Michigan legislatures do not currently have 14-year term limit, because most term limited House members will never serve in the Senate. We had an analysis run that looked at Oklahoma, which about the same time, they passed theirs in 1990, we passed ours in 92. In California, about the same time, they passed theirs in 90 and we passed ours in 92. All adopted term limits, and there's 3 different situations. Michigan passed a 3-2, 3 House, 2 Senate term limit. Oklahoma passed a 12-year service limit where you could serve 12 years in either or. And California passed a 3-2 like we did in Michigan. Then in 2010, California changed to an overall service limit like what's being proposed here. So we have, the laboratory to look at. I'm going to give that to everybody. But the nuts and bolts of it is the average service goes from about 4 years in the House to about 10 years. And the average service limit goes in the Senate from like 6 to 10. People don't switch houses. They don't switch back and forth. They find a seat, they have incumbent advantage, and they camp out there and they stay there. So any language that would say that this is a reduction would be false. Now, you all are looking at and considering the summary, and you all have a very important job to do, because people on the street, they don't have time to spend several hours or time to go and look at this. They're going to be talking to somebody who's going to be presenting this issue in a certain way as a petitioner on the street. And this is the summary language. This is the summary so that they can read this and quickly know what this is about. Okay, this is something that people need to be able to see and understand. Term limits are the core of this. Everybody here is about term limits. This other stuff is all dependent on statute. The transparency stuff is great. I'm very much in favor of transparency. I worked on the Voters Not Politicians campaign myself. I donated money to that campaign myself. Gathered signatures for that campaign myself. I think transparency is something that's absolutely needed. I'd be in favor of these other portions of it. I think it needs more teeth because they're essentially saying we're going to write that the legislature can decide what this will be at a future time. But I'm here really about the term limits. The term limits is core. I think the term limits language should actually be first because it's so core. But really, Michigan has a 2-term Senate limit and a 3-term House limit. And we have a 2-term governor limit and a 2-term attorney general limit and a 2-term secretary of state limit. We don't have a 12-year legislative service limit. We're repealing our current 2-year or 2-term limit in the Senate and 3-term limit in the House. Those are being repealed. They're crossed out. That's being taken out. Nobody's questioning that. They're taking that out and removing it. And they're replacing it with a retroactive 12-year limit. Because as they've said, you know, if you serve 6 years in the House, but you haven't maxed out in the Senate, you can come back. You served less than 12 years in the Senate, you'll be able to come back. So their limit is retroactive in that if you have not served more than 12 years, you'll be able to come back. But it is most definitely a repeal and replace. And because of that, it's important to have the word repeal included in the summary so that people know what they're looking at. Otherwise, like Curt O'Keefe said, it's lipstick on a pig. They're trying to figure out what's going to poll the best. And this shouldn't be political. This is the summary. This shouldn't be some political thing to get people to sign up and get people to maybe vote for it and approve it. This should be letting people know what they're actually talking about and what they're actually going to do. So disagree with term limits, love term limits, think that's too short, too long. Let's be honest about what we're doing. We're getting rid of a 2-term Senate limit and a 3-term House limit, and we're replacing that with an overall 12-year service limit. And that's different. And yes, it is retroactive, saying that we're not going to reset the clock for anybody, but we're not keeping our term limits. We're now having a service limit on years of service. Any questions?
You just your word retroactive. So if someone served 6 years in the House already and they're termed out under our existing Constitution, if this passes,
they'll be able to come back and serve up to 12 years in the House.
12 years
total.
They're not limited to by the first 6.
Yes, they are. The first 6 will still count against them.
Oh, okay, it will count against
the way
them.
that they have written it in. They will still count against
Okay,
them. But that's
so it'd be
because
12
they've
years
included
total.
that in the way they're replacing it.
Okay. That's your retroactivity. It just adds to what they've already served.
Yeah.
Other questions of the witness, anything?
I think that what you said with regard to the experience in California was that they changed the way they calculated the limit. That they went from a 3 and 2 to an overall limit. Is that
They
correct?
did. That is correct. And I'm going to pass out this. I only have 5 copies, but I submitted an electronic copy.
I think this is from US term limits.
You already have those. Is that Professor?
Right, so I believe we do have. it.
By
So,
Dr. Prenner.
right,
Petition
so
put that
it's-
together.
Oh, wait, I don't know.
It's like a 6-page.
Yeah.
It goes through California, Oklahoma, and Michigan and walks through the experience.
So rice, rice.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
I'd like to now call on Bruce DeWitt. Bruce, is that correct pronunciation of your name?
That is correct.
Very good. For me, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear what you want to say today's truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be God.
I do.
And for the record, please spell it.
My name is Bruce DeWitt. That's BRUCE, a lowercase d-e space capital W-I-T. I'm here because of term limits also. I think I come in here from a whole different aspect. I'm a little bit more of the Joe on the ground. I personally pushed term limits through the city of Walker in 2016. I personally went to people's homes to show them the petition to get them to sign it. Most of them would read the top of the thing and wanted to make sure that they understood what was going on. And what's going on here is they are repealing. They are extending the possibility for people to run in these different offices. They are repealing, they're repealing, they're repealing. And I think that really should be accentuated in the verbiage. So when somebody goes to the door, they know exactly what they're doing. And they know that they're increasing the guy who is about to be term limited out in the House or in the Senate, they are actually increasing it. And I think that repeal is a probably better word than what the change is because of what they're doing. I personally went to doors. I've seen the average people sign these petitions. I did it myself. It has to be clear.
Well, that is the goal of us here, trying to make it clear. Okay, any questions? Okay, Bruce, thanks for coming in. Any other witnesses that want to testify on this item?
We have the Mr. Gallant again. wants to
James
speak.
Gallant, are you out there, James?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Would you like to testify on this item, Mr. Gallant?
Okay, yes, I would like to say that the continued disrespect of the process seems rather disingenuous of this board. And the speaker before, I had to agree, or no, let me see there. The lawyer that was talking about that there's no fundamental principles of parliamentary law in Michigan. And you folks just seem to say, what, you agree with that? Or did you vote for that? Or are you saying that? Or did you determine that? No, that's not what's happening. But then, of course, the other lawyer, the opponent, you would think would say, oh yeah, you got some rules here at the Board of State Canvassers and you need to be following them. But he didn't say that. Because it appears that people are they're in line waiting to take advantage of these shenanigans and the bullying. It's bullying because right now you have no motion pending and you're in full debate, back and forth questions from the people that submitted this to everything, and you're in full debate. And you would then amend, on the prior one, Mr. Dunn, he testified that he was amending his main motion. He was incorporating the amendments into the motion that you already just negotiated and then make it one main motion. Well, that's not appropriate. That's un-American. And there is a way that we do it in America. We've been doing Robert's Rules of Order for 150 years. And so it is considered the fundamental principles, even if you didn't adopt that book. And that's just the way it is. The Attorney General has already opined on that. So I would ask you to do the forensic audit, not forensic audit, the procedural audit of what are your rules here? I don't think that you members even know what the rules are. I spoke to Lydia personally, and she sent me stuff, but she didn't have the rules of procedure either. She's been here since 1993. So she would know from before they changed the law in 1996, what were the rules before that? Because in that law, it says the Board of State Canvassers will be brought forward. But I don't think they brought the rules forward. They were like, well, we just start doing something else. And this, so it's completely inappropriate. So I asked you before, I believe I asked you under the Freedom of Information Act, a copy of your rules of procedure, and I didn't really get an answer to say that they don't exist. Because if they don't exist, then somebody must have voted to say they don't, or they just slipped it out in the back room and nobody can find them anymore. And you're just making it up on the fly. General Henry Roberts said, where there's no law and everybody does what they want, there's the least amount of liberty. That's why there's no semblance of order here. And you know what? It seems appropriate that you would just now want to look into it yourself. So please vote to refer this issue to the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, for her opinion. Because, a member of the staff is just a member of staff. It's not the Attorney General. And this is what I believe has happened. There are teams of lawyers. They just turned around and said, well, we just don't have to do that. There's no statute on that. And we're not going to do it at all. Except for it's already been voted on, and every member is personally responsible for your vote. I don't really understand, other than both sides are doing it. Republicans and Democrats are both doing it. You're doing it right here. We're watching it right now. So,
okay, Mr. Gallant, I think we're all done with that testimony. Any questions? No? We're going to move along.
Chairman Schinkel, I forgot to hand these out.
Sure, go ahead. We're now going on to discussion on the 100 words. The chair would like to add the word repeal and replace. I have a suggestion here, but if someone else wants to make a motion, I'd be happy to entertain that.
I'm sorry, did you say you had something that you wanted to change?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, since we started this morning, what I started with, I'm changing. So, but I will pass out what I did this morning at home, and I'll tell you what I'm crossing out. Here, pass a couple down to Jonathan. There's more from Tony. Yeah, I'm just basically I kept all Jonathan's words in here, except I moved the years, talking about the years 12, 8, and 6 up to the very top. And they would, I'm taking out now the 6 and 8 because there's partials. And we don't need that. I'm just gonna say current. So what I like to say is add the word the current term limits. So after repeal and replace, add the word the current. So constitutional amendment to repeal and replace the current term limits, and from that point, go down to total 12 years in the legislature. So you skip the words on my sheet, from 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate, skip those words. Down to 12 years in the legislature, any combination, and everything else on here is what Jonathan has on his. So I kept all Jonathan's words, but for, I added repeal and replace, and just saying we're going to 12 years in the legislature, any combination thereof. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think it's simple. It's, this was 100 words when I started, so I'm taking out a bunch of words. So I'm probably down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, adding 2. So I'm down to 90 words.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
know we've had lots of issues before us in the past since I've been on here where depending on where people are on an issue, they want certain things up top and certain things at the bottom. And we've generally, probably say always, looked to what have the sponsors provided. The sponsors have provided, whether we agree with what their motives or intentions were or what have you, they've placed the issue of the disclosure stuff at the top. To put the term limit issue at the top as opposed to that, I think flies in the face of what their intent is with this. I don't hazard to speak for them, but I would expect that's what they would say. So I think that to me is a non-starter on that issue.
I don't think they get to decide what the 100 words are.
I have a
So
question.
anyway.
I have a question,
Jeanette.
Mr. Chair. And this is actually more to Director Brader and honestly, probably to Mr. Fracassi too, and to Heather. For as long as I've been on the board, I don't remember, or maybe, okay, it's been a while. I don't remember ever us using the term repeal and replace. Now, repeal, yes, I remember that. But I don't know if we've used that phrase, repeal and replace. I mean, because I'm looking back and I'm going, okay, we'll strike out. My other question was going to be to Heather is a strikeout a repeal if it's being amended? Okay, now there's more amendments. There's another word thrown in here, but I guess I'm just kind of looking for some clarification because I don't remember that term of us using that. And then whether or not when something is striked out, the opinion I'm hearing that it's repeal, but then I know in other ones, we're not using the word repeal in other initiations or other petitions. That's why I'm asking. That's all. More clarification for the three of you, I guess.
Well, I certainly welcome Adam and Heather's perspective on this.
Sorry.
I don't know whether those words have been used. I generally try to minimize the number of action words and verbs in these descriptions. So in what I drafted, just for the sake of clarity and also word economy. So, in my summary, this is a constitutional amendment, so it's amending the Constitution. So depending on what one means by repeal and replace, you're necessarily repealing any constitutional provision that was in the current law or Constitution and replacing it with new language. I think amendment does that, but also change. I mean, I thought the simplest way of describing what happened was we are changing the term limits from what they are now to what they are in the future. So I don't think that I don't think it's necessarily contrary to the statute to use the terms repeal and replace per se, but I think that amendment and change express what is happening with regard to the current constitutional language and what it would be if this were to be adopted. Adam or Heather, do you have anything to add or correct?
I guess as far as recalling whether we have I can't recall where we have used the words repeal in the context of an amendment to the Constitution. I mean, we would see that in initiation of legislation where some of those will say right out, we're repealing this section of, the Workforce Opportunity Act or whatever. I'm not sure that it's been I've been around for a long time. I can't recall that we've had one where we've used the word repeal in the context of what the Constitution speaks to is amending the Constitution through these processes. So So as far as recalling, I can't recall that we would have seen it in initiative context.
In my mind, the issue of an amendment states up front that you are changing, that something within that is going to change, whether it's adding or removing or a combination of both. And again, I think what Mr. Brader put forward is good. Everybody seems to dislike it, so let's go with that. But I think we want to get to something where we can get the votes for this. Not sure exactly how to go about that. I've typed a few things out here. It's a little bit over the 100 words, but if we're at that stage of banding, bouncing things back and forth, see if the director would agree with it.
Let's hear from Mr. Lidl if we can. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 quick notes on repeal. I don't believe it's accurate to describe this as a repeal. Just looking alone at the fact that the exception to the 12-year limit continues current term limits. So for members elected to the Senate in 2022, the current term limits under the current law would continue to apply, right? So that's not a repeal of the current limit. It's a limited extension. So by no definition is it a repeal. And the definitions of repeal that I referred to earlier were not just interpretations of statute. The discussion of amending or altering were addressed in a case involving this board by the Michigan Supreme Court in 2012. That's Protect Our Jobs versus Board of State Canvassers 492 MISH 763 that involved the proposed constitutional amendment. And the distinctions under Michigan law between the terms of art, legal terms of art, amend and repeal, are discussed in detail with citations to cases by the Attorney General, Mr. Frank Kelly, in opinion number 6,310 from 1985. So that's the legal basis for not including the word repeal. I know it's getting late. I think I may be able to propose a suggestion based on the director's words that's consistent with Mr. Schinkel. Our preference is
go ahead, make a proposal.
Okay.
Do it slow so Adam can type.
So our preference is for reduce. I'll refer you to the alternative language that I propose. If there are not sufficient votes to include the word reduce and you want to make a decision and move forward, as an alternative, I just take that same language, continue to strike change, strike reduce, and just flip the verbiage. So limit terms for state representatives and state senators to 12 total years in the legislature in any combination. And that's exactly what the proposal does.
How do you address the current law in the Constitution? You're removing it.
You're not removing it, you're altering it. If you wanted to address that, I think you could go back to the director's proposal to say, change current term limits to reduce permitted terms for state representative and state senators for 12 total years. I probably have some revised language.
Even though we all know the average person's going to serve more than they serve now.
Not necessarily.
This change.
The question isn't what the average person would do. The question before you is to describe what the law, the Constitution provides. So
potential.
Well, what it actually does provide. And so here, it's disingenuous to describe only part of the language to say, oh, a former speaker, they can serve 6 years under current law. They're limited if they serve 6 years. And this would allow them to serve more, up to 6 more years in the House. That neglects the fact that under the current law, they can serve up to 8+ more years with partial terms in the Senate, right? So, and so you can't just describe a portion. And so there is a total reduction. If there aren't sufficient votes to use the word reduce, happy to just describe exactly, and that's the purpose of a summary. Again, a summary is not to describe what current law is. The summary is to describe what the proposal is. And so this is a minimal modification to the director's proposed words. And we do have an issue with what the directors has proposed because it neglects, inaccurately describes the limits because it excludes the provisions under current law for partial terms. So limiting terms for state representatives and state senators to 12 total years in the legislature in any combination. That's exactly what it does. Anyone who wants to see what the effect on the current constitution on any proposal has a simple solution. Turn the page. The exact changes to the words are there in detail. In fact, the front page of the petition encourages them to do so. This is a summary of the proposal, not an exhaustive list of current law or description of current law. And so I think with a simple change to the director's proposed 100-word statement, we agree. We think the director and his team have done an excellent job summarizing the rest of the proposal. We object to the inaccurate description of current terms. We think the best way to do that is to describe exactly what the proposal does. Read the way the proposal would read. You know, what is the Constitution proposed to read? Well, it limits a person from being elected to the office of state senator or state senator. The number of times is not equal more than 12. Number of terms or partial terms, it does not equal more than 12 years combined. And so the best way to summarize that is to start with the language in the actual proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. Curt, for a couple of quick comments.
Yeah, briefly, I congratulate council on looking up all those cases. I don't have them. I would submit that the reason there's no precedent for this is that no one's tried it before. Amendments come on, the stem cell was an addition, the redistricting was an addition, the term limits was an addition, it wasn't amending anything. And then it's certainly beyond disingenuous to say we're limiting or reducing from 6 years to 12. I think Chairman Schinkel has proposed language has addressed the issue of years because there are no years in the current Constitution. So I'm not in charge of anything, but personally, is a language that reflects terms as opposed to years is actually accurate. But if you're striking something out, you're repealing it. I don't know. I haven't looked up all the previous constitutional amendments. I know all the ones in recent memory. None of them were repealing anything. They were all pure additions. Thank you.
Okay, I think repeal is on its deathbed here, that word. Jonathan, real quick, on your 100 words, I'm looking at them right now, and right in the middle there, you got the word change. Change. If you make that word change to make that word remove. So we remove term limits from 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate to 12 total.
That doesn't make sense.
That's what we do. Yeah, we remove what we got now and we change to 12 total. I mean, would remove be okay with you?
Remove doesn't make sense. You're not removing
We're
them.
removing
You're
the
you're
terms.
amending them. So I think we are in
We're
agreement that
striking
we're,
them. What do you mean amending? We're
you're
striking.
changing the total way, the way that you calculate term limits. So you're going, as was described, from 3 and 2, which is something that apparently is used in other states,
Right.
to a total number of years.
Right, we're
So
removing
it's just
the
a
3 and
different
2.
way to calculate what the limitation is. The limitation would no longer be on the number of times that a person is elected, but on the total number of years that a person serves. So that's an amendment. It is a change in the way that the limit is calculated.
Well, amendment or removal is the same thing. We're removing the current limitation.
You're amending it. And I think, you know, but
Striking
Norm,
right
I
out of
think
the
that
Constitution.
that whether we're saying, I don't think that remove has a very significant difference from the word repeal, which I think is inaccurate. This is not a repeal, but a difference in the way that it is calculated.
Anyway, my question was to Jonathan when he gets a chance to answer it.
So I'm willing to recommend language that does not include the verb change. I do think that that's the most efficient way of describing what's happening in one word. I do think if the word remove were used, then we would need to have another word like replace that would clarify that the term limits that currently exist are being replaced with something else. I think change too, I mean, that's the way I've done it. I like that. I think it would be accurate to say, you know, replace current term limits of 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate with a total 12-year term limit for the legislature in any combination. I don't think there's a meaningful difference between those from a from the statutory guidelines. I mean, I'm going off, it does not need to be legally precise. And that's where I don't think it really matters that much that technically you can serve a partial term, and the Constitution talks about multiple terms as opposed to years. I don't think it needs to be legally precise. And I also think looking at the statutory language that requires words that have a common everyday meaning, in my opinion, common everyday understanding, the easiest way to understand it is we're talking about you can have 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate. And under this, you can have 12 years in the legislature. I think that's the easiest way to understand it. But as far as, whether we're changing to or replacing with, I don't have a strong feeling about that. And if the board would like that language and would approve that, I have no objection to it.
Okay, other discussion?
I'm sorry, what language are you suggesting you would?
If we were to, again, I think change into is good, change term limits from blank to blank. But if we were going to a different approach, I would have no objection to replace term limits of blank with term limits of blank. And the rest being, I guess, the same in my recommendation.
But if we put remove in there, you'd want to put replace with.
Yeah, replace with or remove and replace with.
It'd be changing what we've been doing in these.
How about alter? Alter the term limit calculation.
I don't have an objection to the word alter. I think it's a less common everyday synonym of change, but I don't have an issue with it.
Anything else? Anybody else? What do you got there for us, Steve?
If the consensus of the board is to include a description of the current limit, I'm happy to share proposed language to do that.
Include what?
To include a description of the proposed limit. I'm happy to share a markup of the director's proposal that would do that. I think that there is an issue with remove, because as I noted,
repeal is the problem we have, right?
Well, remove is also a problem because the existing term limits do continue to apply to individuals elected to the Senate in 2022. So I think both repeal and remove are problematic for that reason. And while I agree with.
We have with exception, we have the exception right in here still. We didn't take that out.
Correct, but you're discussing current limits, right? And so to say that you're removing current limits, you're not completely removing the current limits. So let me share this language. This may prompt something that is helpful to you.
Sir, you brought your own printer, Steve?
Richard McClellan taught me to always be prepared.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
And so these were reviewed by my partner, Gary Gordon, as well. So this is an attempt to deal with a couple issues. One, this does preserve the director's proposed change language, but instead of the 6 years and 8 years, which sort of creates a disparity, between a 12-year combined limit in both chambers and a limit in both. It talks about 14 years combined in the House and Senate, plus recognizes any partial terms, which is part of the current law. And it doesn't, provision need not be legally precise, but it must be true and accurate. And so you don't have to use legalistic language. You can still use common language, but the board still has an obligation to be true and accurate. So to fail to recognize that any 14-year or 6 + 8 year combination is accurate, you've got to include that there's an exception under the current law for partial terms, just as the description recognizes the exception.
We're going from 14 years combined to 12 years combined. It's what you're saying.
Plus any partial terms.
Well,
14 years
combined. We're not going from 14 years combined to 12 years combined.
Well, the current limit is you have the eligibility under this provision of the Constitution to serve 14 years combined in either the House and the Senate, plus any partial terms.
Yeah, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills at some times. It is a mathematical fact that you can currently serve a combined total of 14 years plus any partial terms. That is a fact. This is reducing it to you can serve a total of 12 years. I do not understand the debate on this.
Senate versus House, that's the debate.
Well,
Okay,
It's the
Senate,
total.
38 senators, 110 House members. That's
Can you
all
add
gotta-
more? It's the total.
That's all you gotta calculate. They're different offices.
Dude, that's
Mr. Anderson, you have something you want to say?
Yes, they do.
Well, come on up here. Excuse me, Steve.
Opponents of this did not have enough money to hire attorneys to come, but let me just point out, you don't need to have, pull out of your briefcase multiple cases. We actually cited and reached a recent case, Cole versus Benson, U.S. District Court for the Western District of Michigan, January 20th, 2021. It's just recent. And they summarize, it's right there on page 3 of my letter. What were the arguments for term limits? The specific attention was to reducing the advantage of incumbency. So Mr. Don, this is the point. All the way back to Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, advocates for term limits wanted to reduce the power of incumbency in a specific office. Not only did they not want to limit people from ever serving, they actually called it rotation office. They actually wanted them to run for different offices. That is our goal. You have the court case here where they said, yeah, this is what it was about. And they rejected yet another attempt to have the courts overturn it. Now, there was Mr. Lytle said they have a problem with saying that it would remove the current term limits. Of course they have a problem. It was stated by Mr. Gaffney. People like term limits. They don't want to tell the people they're taking term limits out. They have every right to do so. They just don't have a right to have you give them political cover. All right, they have to tell people directly what they're doing and whether you use the word repeal, eliminate, remove, strike completely, abrogate. One way or another, you need to tell the citizens that if this is going to repeal the current term limits and strike them out, that they're going to be gone. That's all we're asking. Tell people that what's being struck by their proposal is being struck. If you've done that, you've been truthful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Brader. Is it in the course of this, numbers do not count as against the 100 words, correct? And
As long as they're expressed in numerals, that is correct.
okay.
So TWELBE counts as a word, but 1, 2 does not.
What are you working on, Tony?
I got something that's like 102.
Can you take the out of there?
I'd be happy to read this because I think it addresses some of the both sides. Then we can fight about it for another hour. And then what I wrote up, trying to take into account some of the issues from Mr. Liedl and the supporters about this maddening issue of total number of years. And from Mr. Anderson and those who oppose this, that relates to some of the change and that it's currently, expressed in terms versus years. So it's a little bit long, but I'm just going to read it. So Constitutional Amendment 2, require members of the legislature, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and attorney general to file annual public financial disclosure and transaction reports after 2023. Require legislature to enact laws with disclosure rules at least as stringent as those required for members of Congress under federal law. Change legislative term limits by reducing overall aggregate from 14 years to 12 years among the two chambers by replacing 3-term House limit with 6-term House limit, replacing 2-term Senate limit with 3-term Senate limit, with exception that someone elected to Senate in 2022 can be elected to the number of times allowed when the person became a candidate. And that the first section was pretty much verbatim what
Right.
Up until you got to.
Yeah, up until you got to the replacing it with with 6-term limits in the House and 3 in the Senate. I don't think that that's what it says. It can be any combination. So it's not, if one had a term in the Senate, then one couldn't have 3 terms in the.
But the total of 12 years.
It's the total
Total of
that,
12 years.
that makes sense. And I think that Mr.
Yeah.
Lidl was correct in saying that what this has to describe is what the proposal says, not what the current law says. So the proposal says change from, reduce it from what it is now, from reduce it to 12 altogether in combination. And I think that's the simplest way to explain it without trying to figure out what combination of terms could add up to 12 years.
I think what Tony's doing though, he's putting in the current law, how it's changed to the new law. He spells it out and that's good.
Except it doesn't, because it doesn't say that. It doesn't talk about the maximum number of terms that you could have in the House or the maximum number of terms that you could have in the Senate. It just talks about the total limitation on the years that you could serve. So that I think is what we have to accurately reflect in the summary.
Mhm.
So I thought, quite frankly, that Mr. Lidl's first proposed change was the most accurate. No, I can't find it. Steve, you've given us too much.
Yeah, there's too much.
Curt.
Here.
Mr. Dodd, if you remove the two words with the, then you would get to 100.
Thank you.
You had to replace something with the.
Well, let's not hear the word that again.
Should be helping each other.
Yeah, we want to get rid of all of those.
Right, so again, I agree with you, Mr. Daunt, that the first section that was drafted by Mr. Brager, which you repeated, is an excellent summary. And so our only challenge is to accurately describe what the proposal does. Not what current law is, but what the proposal would do. And it would limit the total number of years that a person could serve in the legislature to 12 years. So it seems to me that saying that as directly as possible is something that would give the citizens the information that they need.
Well, you're not telling the citizens what it repeals. You should tell them
But
that
it doesn't,
too.
it's not a repeal, because a repeal is really, it's
The law is
obviously.
being changed
But it-
dramatically, and you should tell them that.
But changing is not repealing. Amendments do not repeal. Amendments alter, they don't repeal. Because as Steve accurately said, repeal has a very definite meaning. I know that we would have to say, or that they would have to say, we would have to approve language which says what is altered and abrogated. That's part of the requirement for a constitutional amendment, but it's not something that is required for the summary. The summary is supposed to be succinctly advising the public in words that are in simple words, what it is that the proposal does. So you have to start with the proposal. And the proposal sets an overall limit of the number of years that can be served by a legislator. And the legislator has the, choice of trying to get to that limit if he or she wants to serve that long in a legislative capacity. But what we need to say is that this would limit the amount of time that a person could serve.
Yeah, you just gave me an idea. On the words I suggested, take out the word repeal and just started out with replace the current term limits to a total of 12 years in the legislature, any combination.
Okay.
So just take out the word repeal and just put in replace the current term limit language. And that's what it does. It replaces all our current term limit
Replace the
language.
current term limits
Mhm.
to a total of 12 years.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's what it would do.
Without describing what the total term limits are. With the current term,
Term
without
limits.
describing current term limits,
Right,
just say.
right.
I'd like to see the actual language, but that's something that we would
Well,
be
it's-
supportive of. And we
But I
would not
I passed
find
it out
legal
to
issue.
people up here. I didn't give you a copy.
Yeah, then you mark it all up.
Well, I marked-
Follow up.
well, now I
I
know
haven't-
he's gonna get a clean
Thank you,
copy
Bob.
because I changed it now. I'm thinking out replace, but not just a replace term limits and cross out the words from 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate. Replace term limits to a total, to 12-year total limit.
Replace
We might have
current,
added preposition in this.
replace current term limits to a total overall limit of 12 years to be served.
Add the word current.
So just to be clear, what's being
I think the
proposed?
same way of doing it would be.
I'm trying to keep up. I don't have
Okay.
laptop.
If I
We're gonna have to
If I
get
can
Tony a
just-
cupcake before we continue much further.
For the record, what's being proposed, I believe, is replace current term limits with a 12.
To a 12-year total overall limit.
I
Yeah.
don't
Probably
think that
with.
replace,
Yeah.
replace and two don't correspond grammatically. I think we would have to say replace with, so
Yeah.
replace current term limits with a 12-year total term limit in the legislature in any combination, or I could even take out the in any combination. So is what's being proposed here, replace current term limits with a 12-year total term limit in the legislature?
I think you lose the notion of what office. So I think something like replace existing term limits for state representatives and state senators with a term limit of 12 total years in the legislature. And I would suggest keeping either combined or in any combination.
We could say legislative term limits, because you're right, we're not replacing term limits for the governor.
We want to make sure that they're state, we're not.
The existing constitution refers to the office of state representative and office of state senator. So if you want to accurately describe who you are affecting, you might start with the language from the Constitution. I think you have the room to do something like reduce existing term limits for state representatives to 12 total years in the legislature in any combination. That's awfully close to the, I think you're adding essentially one word, existing, changing, altering change to reduce
Aaron,
or replace.
Replace existing legislative term limits with a 12-year total is the shortest. You gotta add legislative in there. We don't have, I don't know, we have to add House and Senate, but legislative. Replace existing legislative term limits with a 12-year total years. With a 12 total term limit years in the legislature of any combination.
That makes sense. I think it's less precise.
Okay.
Okay, let's get.
No, you can have it. You want it? It's yours. I'll autograph it for you. Want me to? Okay.
So what? I believe what's being proposed currently is, and there's a couple of changes in here, but I think they're just for clarity, is replace current legislative term limits with a 12-year total term limit in any combination.
Say that again, with a 12-year total or total 12-year?
Yeah, replace current legislative term limits with a 12-year total term limit in any combination.
But we
Term limit, okay.
I mean,
Any
should
combination.
have the House and Senate.
yeah,
in
and
there.
any combination in the House and Senate would be fine too.
You got a problem with that, Kurt?
It's not a 12-year term limit, it's just a 12-year limit.
Total.
Total.
Take the
limit.
word term out, I
Yeah.
think, and you can say 12-year term, 12-year limit. And Mr. Liddell's point, legislative term limits with a 12-year limit total
Okay, yeah.
between the House
12-year
and the
limit.
Senate.
Yes,
You have
Yeah.
both.
thank you, Kurt. Okay.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay.
We're getting there.
Aaron, we ready to type it up? I don't know.
I think so.
Replace current,
Tony thinks we're
I'd
ready
like
to
to
type
see
it
that
up. I agree
written,
with
once
Tony.
you guys read that, I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, no, we will write it up, of
I
course.
think we've got it.
So what I am willing to propose to you all is that the clauses at issue would be reading as Replace current legislative term limits with a 12-year total term limit in any combination between the House and Senate.
Okay.
12-year total limit,
Yeah,
not
take
total
out
term
total
limit.
term.
A 12-year total limit in any combination between the House and Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you need House and Senate, but yeah, it sounds good having it in there. If we have room for
It looks like something like to speak on.
All right, so
Mr. Chairman, if you could see that.
it. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
We would only
we,
take
we,
5
before,
minutes to
before
discuss.
we go to the printer, we want to make sure somebody's not gonna want to change it even a tiny bit here. We always
The
change
proponents have, I mean, the proponents here had come in with a briefcase full of alternatives, and have given you several. I just want 5 minutes for us to look at it.
it. Sure.
I would also.
No, I think we're ready to print it off.
That the
Without
current
objection.
limits are on House and Senate, so if you're going to say replace the current limits, you want to say current limits on House and Senate.
Well, legislative is what's in there. Legislative limits. Yeah, Steve.
From all the discussion, it's very self-evident that term limits is the nuts and bolts, important part of this to everybody. Nobody has got any issue with the transparency, yet that is stuffed in the front to dress it up.
It's in here.
I think term limits would be more appropriate to put in the front of the summary rather than at the end of the summary.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm not sure what the board's gonna agree with, but I have sort of my suggestion. As long as,
I think that it didn't go very far.
no, you mean, we're using
I
my
mean, you gave
blueprint
it to
here.
Steve, but yeah, I
So-
think, yeah. We're
So
having-
I would be happy to have this printed up and then we can hand it out to interested parties prior to reconvening.
Yes.
I do want to note that Mr. Gallant would like to speak on this item.
Oh, yeah.
So perhaps we should
Mr.
recognize him
Gallant,
before we go into
let's turn
recess.
it over. But I think for now, and go ahead and get that printed up. Mr. Gallant, are you out there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, as you can see, Mr. Daunt made it very clear that he did not understand the debate. Well, that was true because nobody understood the debate because you had no immediately pending question to know what you were even talking about. That's the whole problem here. Is this is what's wrong in our country has been sowed in the election processes in Michigan by Secretary Benson. She saying at the Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission, the exact same thing. Was the voters not politicians, court case. Remember about the repeal part? That was the voters politicians about that redistricting commission.
That court recorder.
Around. That they brought that commission for legislative apportionment was then amended, but they didn't bring the rules forward. There's still rules into this. It was state archive. Procedure. You folks have and you're here. They must have. But this is exactly the point. And where have duty and responsibility when the next agenda item comes up, the more to approve. And then you say, well, okay, I'd like to amend that a little bit. Okay, you then vote on a couple amendments in between, not just, oh, we're going to amend it double 10 times and then turn around with a single motion again, negotiated. This is bull. And Mr. Chair, my because it is beyond your authority to find the floor before the
No, so we can see.
this others being violated. Here and at the Michigan Independent Commission, that the chair was looking at these steps. We voted on the record for this exact same reason, what you're doing right here, right now. So I would ask that maybe the opponents would like just, resolve the court.
Yeah,
You know, the one thing is the court of claims. Well, maybe the legislature, and you could maybe, recommend this to the legislature, is that they change the law and give direct supervision or direct jurisdiction to the Supreme Court, just like the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, because I am preparing to bring this to the Supreme Court about them doing that, because I get to. They have original, they should have original jurisdiction here. So we could go to them and they decide that on next week if they have to, because, they said the problem that
you have to go through all these processes and it might hold up the next election. Well, not if you had a direct supervision or direct, jurisdiction of the Supreme, then they could address it immediately. And I think that it's disingenuous of everybody not to just know that there's some rules that you got to follow. And we're talking about fairness in our republic.
Your time is up, but what I'm going to suggest, because some of your testimony was garbled for us, at least for me, I couldn't understand it all. If you could, type it up and send it into us so we can make it part of the record, that would be my request for you to do that. At this point in time, we're going to recess and call the chair and wait for the printed changes to come back to us. Any discussion on that? Let's just recess the call of the chair. Thank you. You want to read it into the record, what you just printed out?
Sure, this is an updated summary that I'm proposing. That is now 88 words, and it reads as follows. Constitutional amendment to require members of legislature, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and attorney general to file annual public financial disclosure and transaction reports after 2023. Require legislature to enact laws with disclosure rules at least as stringent as those required for members of Congress under federal law. Replace current legislative term limits with a 12-year total limit in any combination between the House and Senate, with exception that someone elected to Senate in 2022 can be elected the number of times allowed when the person became a candidate.
Okay. Well, Steve, do you have an opinion on this, Steve Lytle? Is this okay with you?
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the work of the board and the director and his team on this. In our view, this is language that's consistent with the statutory requirements, and we have no further comments, and we would not oppose.
No comment. Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, go on up.
I appreciate the work that's been done here. I do think repeal is the right one, but replace at least tells people it's gone. I have one suggestion for you, which is just switching a word order. Right now, the term limits are on the House and Senate. There is no legislative term limits. There's a limit on the House and a limit on the Senate. So you could just move replace the current term limits on the House and Senate. Just move on the House and the Senate up there with a 12-year total limit in the legislature in any combination in the legislature. Combination is part of their.
Put House and Senate on top and put legislature on the
Right,
bottom.
because you're replacing the term limits on the House and on the Senate. There's two of them right now with a combination. So if you do that, we'll have no objection and we'll feel that you have explained this to the voters consistent with the
That's a
statute.
technical change. Jonathan?
That makes sense.
I don't have an objection to it. I would like to reprint it though, just to
Yeah,
avoid
sure.
any
I
possible
mean,
confusion.
That's gonna take, Adam, what, 30 seconds?
30 seconds to type, longer than that.
It looks like Mr. Lidle has additional.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just note that, if you look at the Constitution right now, it does summarize as term limits for legislative offices, and so the current text of the Constitution, if you look right at the heading, it already summarizes them. I don't know that there's a need for a change. And I think that this is a current accurate description. I think you've done great work, and I think you have a proposal that complies with the requirements of law for a proposed summary. I think what I heard from Mr. Anderson, the verbiage started to sound a little awkward towards the end. So I think what you have from your director works.
In response, let me know the captions are not the Constitution. The language that is struck was reprinted in my letters in your notice. There's no reason to have
Right.
discussion on
So the
it.
suggestion is replace the current term limits on the House and the Senate, State House and State Senate, with a 12-year total limit.
And any
Any
combination.
combination in the legislature.
Yeah.
That would be a change.
If the board, wanted to proceed in that direction, I think it could more simply do it by just simply saying, replace current term limits for House and Senate with a 12-year total limit in any combination between the House and Senate. You don't have to change the second reference to legislate. You've got plenty of words to work with.
I think we want to say state house somewhere in here.
I think you could say replace current term limits for state representatives and state senators. That's
Yeah.
the term that
Yeah.
and then just reference House and Senate at the
Right.
end. That would be another way to do the same thing that Mr. Anderson's suggesting.
I agree. It has to say state, and that's because I think that the general public, I feel when you hear the term Senate, they sometimes do refer to
US Senate.
US Senate.
US
So
House.
I do
Yeah.
agree. It should say state.
I completely agree with you. You've got a prior reference to members of Congress and federal, which may point them in that direction. They may recall that there are existing provisions that have been found unconstitutional limiting federal officers. And the current Constitution uses the words Office of State Representative and Office of State Senator. So if you were to replace legislative term limits with term limits for state representatives or state senators, and then just leave the remainder, I think that that would accomplish what Mr. Anderson was suggesting just as well.
Go ahead.
The word count is now lower. I think it's very important. My name is Scott Tillman.
Yeah, Scott.
The word count is lower. When you're putting replace current legislative terms or replace current House and Senate, people don't know that offhand, yet it is in the language, it is being struck. So including 3 and 2 or 6 and 8 is very important for the description to be truthful, for people to know what they're reading with it. And by putting just 12-year total limit without saying what you're changing it from, it'd be one thing if we were at 100 words and there was no room, but when you have the room to do it, what is the reason not to, other than to deceive people so that they don't know what they're losing?
The problem is, once you get into trying to define what we have now, you got the partial term problem.
Member Gerwitz ably addressed that when I read my attempt and then addressed that issue of terms and years. So I think what we've got that Mr. Liedl and Mr. Anderson have agreed to with those little bit of changes is, I think, what we should move
12
forward
words,
with.
you burn them up pretty quick trying to describe what we're going to and what we got.
Well, numbers don't count. We could just use the 6 and the 8.
But 6 and 8 is gonna just.
The 6 and
6
8.
and 8.
Would describe what we have now, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's the language that he had used, or that Director Bader had used in his proposal today, and it still falls within the word count.
I think it might speed things up if I say I'm not gonna vote for that. So
I think what we've got here is what we just about got. I think is really the consensus among the canvassers. Yeah.
Well, the words are being struck, so they're part of the amendment. It's part of the amendment that words are being struck. So.
See that.
What I understand is being proposed at this point, the board's amenable, I'm happy to propose this, would be that it now would say replace current term limits for state representative and state senator with a 12-year total term limit in any combination between the House and Senate.
Yes.
I think term, you added term.
Yeah, you did. We
With
just
a
said total
12-year, I'm
limit.
sorry, I misspoke, a 12-year total limit.
Yeah, in any combination between the House and Senate.
That sounds beautiful.
Okay, we're gonna print that up. It'll be a little faster, but the printer, we still don't have our new printer. Yes, the state procurement process is makes this meeting seem speedy. So we're gonna have that soon, but we don't. So it'll just take a couple minutes. Yeah, the operative language is replace current term limits for state representative and state senator with a 12-year total limit in any combination between the House and Senate.
Mr. Chair, if I'll go back to my normal statement that I have made at this board, individuals who are circulating and individuals who are registered to vote in the state of Michigan, these are legal documents and you should be reading that document before you put your name on it. So just a statement I have told everybody.
Watch out for the thes.
Bug is gonna bite you.
Just making sure that I got the right one. That's not there.
Yeah, recess.
Off
the record.
Yes, we're recessed at the call of the chair until Adam shows up with some copies here, yeah.
Got that in before you.
I'm gonna reconvene our meeting and ask Jonathan Brader to read the new 93 words into the record.
Thank you, Chair Schinkel. As you noted, this is now 93 words. What I am proposing is as follows. Constitutional Amendment 2 require members of legislature, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and attorney general to file annual public financial disclosure and transaction reports after 2023. Require legislature to enact laws and disclosure rules at least as stringent as those required for members of Congress under federal law. Replace current term limits for state representative and state senator with a 12-year total limit in any combination between the House and Senate, with exception that someone elected to Senate in 2022 can be elected the number of times allowed when the person became a candidate.
Okay, any discussion from our previous witnesses in the audience?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director of Elections on the work on this.
Thank you very much. Okay, anything from, okay, what's the board's pleasure then?
I was gonna say, Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the constitutional amendment sponsored by Voters for Transparency and Term Limits as drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on March 23rd, 2022.
Support.
The move and supported to adopt the 93 words that Jonathan has read into the record. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, it passes 4-0. Now we have the same issue in front of us as the form. Jonathan?
So this is conditional, right? Or with the condition that they're going to change it? Yeah, so this is approval as to form. Is it in the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So this is a conditional approval as to form for voters for transparency and term limits with the understanding that they will change the 100 words.
And I'm looking at our recommended motions. This motion 1 or 2 or?
This would be motion one.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Gallant wanted to speak on this item as well.
Oh, Mr. Gallant, are you out there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just so obvious that you folks don't, adhere to the American way of parliamentary law. Robert's Rules of Order was created based on the proceedings of Congress, the United States of America, over 100 years ago. And it is fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. I mean, you can argue it, the Attorney General and everybody, and it's persuasive anyways, right? And you do expect those rights anyways, until it's time for you to, not to be in your favor. And you discretion of the chair. Sorry about everybody else's bad luck. But you just keep doing this over and over, but not acknowledging that just did all of it. And then you had like 3 different proposals. So, on the last, I learned this in Marquette, and they says in Robert's Rules to just start participating, you can learn it. And the administrator, they would repeatedly go, they started discussion first, and then the chair, Jerry Corkin, some of you may know him, he would just say, "Whoa, Scott, I think that you should take this back and do some more work on that." Yeah. And he'd just take it back, and it would just disappear for a while, and it'd come back again and again and again until they negotiated the motion. They would then make the motion at the end. And this is just not appropriate. This is what's wrong in America. This is infiltrating that's why we used to have a semblance of order back in the day, and things kind of worked out good. And I think it's racially discriminatory not to follow rules. I mean, that's part of it, isn't it? Is that why you're doing it? No, people are. And so please provide me with that procedural audit, because that's what we didn't get. We got about 250 tabulation audits and audits of the audits, but we didn't get not one procedural audit that said, how is it that these people made that decision before it came to you so that you could make your decision? Was it a semblance of order in the way that, under the Constitution? And it is not. It absolutely is not. And so please provide me, the Senate Oversight Committee said we have a right to audits, 2 different kinds of audits. And we only got one so far. So I'm asking you, and start with this, the Board of State Canvassers, please codify your rules of procedure. They're all over the place. Administrative rules by Laura are not rules of procedure you approved. And it just says you have to have public comment. It doesn't say 3 minutes in any Laura rules. It doesn't say just 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. Nobody ever voted on that.
Make it 2 minutes.
You just made it, well, make it 2 minutes. But there you go. That's my point. That's not because I'm white guy, right? I'm an Irish American pasty white guy. That's not why you want to give me 2 minutes, right? Well, it's because you don't want this to, you don't support my position. And you would like that to go away as soon as possible, right? Well, the secretary, this is all, and this is like I said, the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission is doing the exact same thing. The Michigan Suicide Prevention Commission doing the exact same thing. I believe that there are state employees, Mr. Brader is one of them, that is coordinating with these other people that are, you're just doing it outside, you're in principle agreeing not to apply the fundamental principles in principle, you see, without actually saying it, winking a nod over the table. And you just,
Okay, we stopped you, Mr. Gallant, from talking, and you've said the same thing many times. You made our meeting go quite a bit longer, but that's okay. Motion would be, we need a motion, right, to approve this? So motion number one, right? Who wanted to make a motion?
There was no comment from any of the.
No more comments down in forum? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
I move, Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by voters for transparency and term limits, with the understanding that the summary as approved by the board will be added to the petition, and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Sir, support.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion on the motion in front of us? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
There's 3-1. It passes. We're moving on the agenda, and I think Mr. Brader has something he wants to insert in the agenda at this particular time.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schenkel. Just as duration of the meeting is going, I want to make sure we get to this. So Melissa Mallerman, who left our office last year, happens to be in attendance. I'm sure now fondly recalling her time. But we do have a resolution also, and would one of the board members like to read this in? Maybe Jeanette or.
Do you guys want me just to read it?
Whoever's, I can do it too.
You're good at this.
Apparently I did well the last time. Hey, whereas Melissa Mallerman was first hired with the Bureau of Elections in 2010, where she continued to serve through August 27th of 2021. Whereas Ms. Mallerman faithfully performed her duties as a dedicated public servant and valued colleague, and has tirelessly served as staff to the Bureau of State Canvassers throughout her tenure with the Bureau of Elections. Whereas Ms. Mallerman has provided expert guidance and recommendations to the board on Michigan's election laws governing ballot access, petitioning, circulation, canvassing, and recounts. Her expertise was critical in ensuring Michigan voters have confidence in Michigan's free, fair, and secure elections. Whereas Ms. Mallerman served as a dedicated colleague and valued staff member to the board, ensuring the board carries out its legal obligations and providing assistance whenever necessary. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Michigan Board of State Canvassers that we commend and congratulate Ms. Mallerman for her contributions and assistance to the board, and wish her well in her new endeavors. And be it further resolved that this resolution be transmitted to Ms. Mallerman as evidence of our highest esteem and appreciation for her public service.
Support. Petition has been offered and supported. Or a resolution. I don't know if we need to. Do we vote on Lydia's?
I don't think we need to vote.
Without objection, it's unanimously approved. Okay. Melissa, would you like to say anything to us since you're out there? And we haven't heard from you lately, so.
I would just like to thank all of you for recognizing this very much. I do miss working with you on that side, but you know, there's a lot of fun to be had. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Melissa. Okay, now we go back to the agenda, and we're on item number 11, upgrade to the ESNS voting system. Jonathan?
Thank you, Chair Schenkel. So this is a certification that's being proposed to upgrade to a newer version of ES&S, election systems and softwares voting system. So this is an upgrade from the voting system version 6.0.4.0 to 6.0.6.0. This has been federally certified by the Election Assistance Commission. It's also been tested by a EAC and NIST certified voting system test laboratory, Pro VNV. And then we also tested it, Bureau of Election staff tested it. We also had assistance from Michael Grix, who is the election director for Macomb County. So just as we had Livingston County assist us with a HART certification, we had Mr. Grix assist us. So I would like to thank him as well as Macomb County for helping us out with that. Macomb County is the largest county in Michigan that uses ES&S, the third largest county in the state, but several other counties, a total of 7, use this equipment as well. So this upgrade will provide a number of improvements. First, it allows an upgrade from Windows 7 to Windows 10 for the election management system. That is valuable and critical both for functionality and for security. Second, it introduces a new, even higher speed, sort of super high speed scanner. That's primarily really only needed for large jurisdictions, but there are several of those in Macomb County. They can process ballots even faster. It's typically used in the absent voter counting boards. The third thing it does is it has some additional security features, including encryption and authentication, dual factor authentication options that will assist with securing the system. And then the fourth change here is that it's changing the method of election night report result, election night unofficial result reporting. So as we discussed with the HART system, we are phasing out the use of modems to send the unofficial results. So this version would use different methods, either a hand delivery of the drives. There's also the opportunity to take that equipment to a different unit and transfer them, but there would not be modems that are associated with the tabulators, as we're phasing that out in Michigan. So that said, we do have a report for you. We tested it, and we're pleased with the performance, and it meets the certified requirements. So we're recommending certification as upgrade on that basis.
Very good. Any questions, Jonathan?
I have a couple.
Sure, go ahead.
You know I do normally when we talk about voting systems. Thank you, Director Brader, for also reminding me that there's 7 counties that use ES&S for their election systems. With the test config, with the components that were tested, I'm assuming that we are not going to have them coming back anytime shortly when we're talking about some of the equipment that they usually will replace, or is that something that we're going to be seeing again? Sorry, I know you just put your mask on.
No, it's okay. So the certification includes the equipment that they plan to use at this time. Sometimes some of the components that they rely on, particularly commercial off-the-shelf components like chips and computers, may become obsolete. And so at that point, it's typically a de minimis change. So there may be some of those that the board has to deal with before there's a new version that's recertified. But all the, and Dave Tarrant is here who can answer anything and correct anything I say that's not accurate, but we're not anticipating any new additional components that wouldn't be part of this certification.
Okay. Sorry, I made some notes on here, so I apologize. There was a question about the workstation and the software firmware. They said they'll upgrade that later.
That's bureau equipment. That's the equipment we have at the state.
Okay.
We have,
sorry, Dave.
that's right. We have equipment at the state that we use for testing and other stuff. So they will come back and update our equipment at a later date.
And then can you just kind of, I'm always interested. I remember being in a couple of recounts and hearing that Michigan tabulators are probably the most sealed in the United States. And it said that this was under the BSC testing requirements. It says the clamshell lid can be closed to seal in tabulator. Is that just more for like transport?
Exactly. Or, between elections, the lid can come down and secure that, and you can seal it, from the outside to make sure that nobody has gained access, to the equipment.
I'm sorry, I just asked these questions. I whenever anyone asks me about voting machines, like, ooh, let me get some more information on that. And obviously, it's going to work the same way that if a voter overvotes, that it will warn the voter that they overvoted, or, and in the case, because we have closed primaries, if they went over, if they crossed over to there.
Yep, those features were all tested as part of it.
Was there anything that the county found during your testing that was any concern or?
No.
Or any feature they really liked?
No, we did have a discussion about like Windows BitLocker, and Jonathan mentioned the multi-factor are options, available with this that were not options previously available before. So we'll have to see, about implementing, those type of things as added security measures.
And what about the outstack? So the other one was under the speed system and adjudication. What is ballot education and how is ES&S different from that?
So with the high speed option, basically you can configure the different trays to, as it scans ballots that meet certain criteria, you can have them outstacked into certain trays. And then afterwards you can take those and, look at them, if they don't scan or whatever, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I know where you're going with that. People ask me questions, so I like to kind of give them a little bit more information. And then the other question I have is during testing, it said that ballots were not stubbed. Does that mean that they didn't have like the perforation on the top of them that we would normally have?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, typically the ballots, we like to test our ones that have the stub on them, and the ones, provided did not have that. So we still did the testing, but we just noted that they were not stubbed.
Okay.
Because typically we'd like to test with stub ballots, because sometimes with the perforations and stuff, just making sure that
that they feed in correctly.
Right, that there's no issues with the perforation on that.
I noticed that when we had when we did the mock elections back in 16, when we were trying to decide going from the 7 companies to try and bring it down to 3, those mock elections were with stubs. I remember because everything was exactly the way it would have been on election day. So that's
correct. Yes.
Just curious and just noted some of the things I saw
occasionally we do have vendors come in that don't provide stub ballots. We like to obviously test with stub ballots, but it doesn't prevent us from doing the testing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Dave. Thank you for answering my questions. And thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask questions.
Dave, how long have you been working on voting machines here in Michigan?
Pretty much since 2005, since I've been at the Bureau.
Have you ever found any of our machines that were tampered with before an election that changed the outcome of the election?
No.
Okay, that answered my question. Okay, we need to approve a motion. We have a
Sorry,
motion in
but
front of us.
I don't know if Mr. Gallant's still here. Doesn't look like.
Oh, does he want to testify on this one?
He may
He's
have.
gone.
He is departed. Well, there's still a phone number on there. I believe he wants.
Mr. Gallant.
Yeah, he's on the phone. So he would like to speak on this as well.
You want to speak on this issue, Mr. Gallant? ES&S voting machines.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I got on the telephone to make it a little easier. But yeah, I guess same comment, different issue, next issue. So, there's really no reason for you now. I mean, you were negotiating some language, and you were trying to get several proposals and you worked on through it and everything. Yeah, that's on that item. But what about this item? You got this item, you got these voting machines. You know what you're going to vote on. It's going to be yes or no. And you insistently refuse to adhere to any kind of semblance of order to where you make the motion first. Everybody knows this is pretty much, right? You make a motion, you second it, and you discussion and vote every time. That's so everybody has a right to know what you're going to vote on. So are you actually going to vote on this? Or is there an opportunity to maybe, go back and work on it some more before you actually make a motion? And I don't know, but it's, I guess I'm just getting involved, with this situation. And so excuse me for, I'm trying to get up to speed with all this because, like Mr. Don said, I don't understand this debate. I don't understand this debate, how you just make it up on the fly and everybody seems to think it's okay. And so we need to identify the rules of procedure from 1964. They must have, they created this, they changed this, this board in 1964. So the first meetings, they would have said rules, when they changed it away from the legislature. So there has to be rules. So it's disingenuous for you folks not to just to say, okay, how about you vote now to instruct staff to identify the last known rules of procedure of this board and just identify that. Where is that and what happened to it and how did it go away and not come back or get misplaced or somebody locked in the door somewhere? How did that happen? It's almost physically impossible for there to be no rules. It's just a matter of they got when they brought the board of canvassers forward, the state canvassers, I believe, and my prediction is they didn't bring forward the rules of procedure. And then they said, oh, well, this law says that and that law says this. So we'll just leave it vague and, obscure. So the every next chair can make it up. And right now you're giving the opportunity for people to bully and persuade a person beyond reasonable expectations. And you just go back to it when, no, if there was a motion and then you say it's a up or no, it's yes or no. And then you amend it on the way if you're going to change it. I mean, is there a contract for this or are you just going to buy one? So there's no motion. You have no idea. Nobody has any idea and it can change. So that's no semblance of order part. And this, I believe, is what's wrong in this country is that this is deep. And I believe that it originates with the left and the Democratic Party because I see it all the time. We're all Democrats. They're all, most of them, about 90% Democrats in Marquette here. So I've been have to deal with this for the last 30 years. And so that's where I learned this from. It's like, wait a minute. They just do the same thing it's avoidance. And you just don't talk about none of it. And
Mr. Chair, if I may very quickly just correct the mischaracterization. I was not exasperated or confused by the parliamentary procedures. I was confused by your seeming lack of ability to add or subtract 14 and 12. So.
Okay,
Mr.
recommended
Chair.
motion. What's the board's pleasure
Mr.
on
Chair,
this issue?
I move that the Board of State Canvassers certify the ESNS EVS 6.0 voting system for use in the state of Michigan.
Their support.
Support.
Moved and supported. Approve this change for our voting system. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes 4-0. Is there any further business to come before this board?
I have a question for the director. Since we're talking about ESNS, I know that there's been a news story, if you can comment, and if you can't, I understand.
Are you referring to the law enforcement investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So there have been, there's ongoing law enforcement investigations related to incidents in which unauthorized individuals were allegedly given access to voting equipment. And the individuals who are allowed physical access to this equipment are limited to essentially election officials and qualified contractors, which would include the vendors or their technicians or a certified test laboratory. So currently, as those are pending law enforcement investigations, I'm not going to share any details other than what's been publicly reported. But certainly if the board's interested, can try to see if there's information we can share in a different venue. I will just say, just for the board's information, one thing that I think is relevant the board should understand is that if the Bureau of Elections believes that any of this access would compromise the equipment in a way where we're not convinced that it is remaining in the certified configuration. So in other words, the same equipment working the same way that you approved it, we may take steps, including not allowing jurisdictions to use that specific equipment. So pending what we discover in terms of what specifically happened, those are options available for these jurisdictions. But like I said, the investigation continues to be ongoing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Any updates on our lawsuit side?
I think the only thing we have out there still is the Graziano case, which is in the Court of Appeals, which was, I don't know, the third or fourth iteration of the fracking committee's challenges and stuff. So that's still pending. Anything else?
Okay.
I think that's it, because you just got the raise the wage order this week. So I think that was our last big suit.
Very good. Anything else brought up?
Mr. Gallen is requested to speak during other business as well.
Mr. Gallen, you out there?
Hello again, this is James Gallant. And yes, on other business, we were all talking about your parliamentary procedure here. Well, the other business that I would like to bring to your attention is that on November 17th, 2020, this is where I got involved in all this, is I saw it on the internet, and the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, they voted twice on the certification of the general election of 2020 in the Trump-Biden presidential election. They voted twice. They voted, and they voted it down the first time. And that's in my written, I'd ask you please, Mr. Chair, to address for the next meeting my concerns that I addressed in writing. One of them was that in Robert's Rules of Order, it says very specifically that you cannot have a motion substantially the same at the same session and just override the one you just voted down. And that motion included a motion demanding that the governor do an audit. And then by the end of the day, they said, hey, you can't tell us to do an audit. We ain't doing an audit. In there also, in that improper motions, I forget the page number, it's on my list, and it says that it's improper for any motion that is outside the charge of the Board of Canvassers in the Constitution. So you can't make a motion like that. So that second motion is automatically, according to the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America, which everybody doesn't know all of them, but you kind of agree with that, right? Is that you can't motion, you can't vote twice on the same subject, and you can't do it if it's illegal. So that second vote to certify the election was automatically null and void. It's in the book. If you do that, it's null and void. Now, I guess this is going to be the subject in the Supreme Court with the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, because they're doing the exact same thing you're doing. Mike Brady's doing it, and Sarah Reinhart, and I believe that Mr. Brady they're all, like I said, they're all carousing in principle together. They may not be coordinating to breach the rules and actually circumvent the laws of the Constitution by not working together, but if they are working in stream and they are just essentially avoiding the rules and making it up as they go, then, that's inappropriate. And this is where that procedural audit would come in. You can say exactly how it happened and how it happened here. This contract you just approved, in violation of your rules of procedure, unless you want to say that you don't have rules of procedure. Nobody has said that yet. And that's what I FOIA'd that. I said, free of information, provide me your rules of procedure. And you never even answered that. You didn't say, well, okay, they don't exist, because that's what you would have to say. So please, Mr. Chair, provide that to me under FOIA is your rules of procedure. I mean, the new member comes, you orientate them on the rules of procedure. What do you give them? Is it rules of procedure?
Appreciate that. Is there any objection to adjournment? Seeing none, we're adjourned. That's our Robert's rules right there. Those are center rules.
We'll talk about it.